Are you gonna wear pants?
Okay.
She said no. Casey, you're not too fat to jump on the. Justin, you were gonna put that in your man cave.
I'm going to. I just set it out here for just.
You can't fit it in, huh?
No, I can't.
Don't lie. Oh my god. What a liar. He has the shower chair outside because he can't fit it in his man cave.
Yes, I can.
He bought a huge TV yesterday at Goodwill to play his Nintendo or whatever it's called. I doubt he fit it in. He had to take like all his shit out and rearrange it.
Let me show you.
Where's the back part?
Which is also.
We don't need that chair.
I need a chair I can sit down in there.
Okay.
We already have one.
Yeah, we have one. Oh, that's for Vinny. It's for his exercise. Not for Justin. Can you put this somewhere safe? Here, put this somewhere safe. Thank you.
Did you get it transferred?
No, it won't work. And I tried it like 10 times.
Oh, I think there's a
There's
certain
an
amount you can do every month.
A month?
Yeah.
I thought.
Yeah, I think it's.
Did they change it?
There's a certain amount.
Can you wait till next month?
No. I want it right now.
Today?
Yeah.
I bet there's GoFundMe's for those torticollis helmets. I'm gonna look it up.
Entire networks of families that are in need, and they all get together on GoFundMe and work as a group.
Cranial helmet for Gabriel. They raised all the money.
There you go. See, Katie?
They didn't diagnose him with plagiocephaly, though.
I think.
Oh, that's flathead syndrome.
I think it's in that category.
He does have that. They never said that word, but he has such a flat head.
Maybe Jacob could help us set up.
Can you help us make a GoFundMe for baby Vinny, and we'll put a really cute picture of him?
Yeah, sure, but you guys are gonna have to set up the PayPal account.
Yeah.
Caitlin can do that.
We'll put a cute picture of him and be like, look at our cute baby. Like
you should put several pictures of you guys all together with him, and then pictures of him by himself with his head.
I don't want to be on it. I just want to put him on there because he's so cute.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I just thought that, any sympathy points that you can get, but...
Well, yeah, I know. Well, you know what? I have a really good picture of the flat side of his head. And whenever I take a picture of the back of his head, you can really tell. It's severe.
Yeah, people have a soft part in their hearts for babies that have a soft part in their head. Yeah.
Yeah, I took a picture of the flat spot. Can I send you one of the pictures I took of him?
Yeah, you can either text it to me or Skype it to me.
Okay, because there's like a really good one that really shows like the asymmetry.
You guys want to do you guys want to multitask and do this quest, or do you think that it's probably too much?
Yeah, I'll do the quest because the baby's asleep and Kenzie's outside. So I'm gonna get on. Just let me send you the picture first.
Yeah, for sure.
Hang on 1 second. This is like a really good picture that shows it. Like this is a close-up picture, and then here I have another one too, the same. Okay, tell me if it's sent because I don't know how to. Yeah, do you see it? Like they said he's severe. He's 20 millimeters. They said 10 and up. 10 millimeters and up is like if it's over 10, it's severe, and he's 20. So. I think we should raise the money for him. I think that's a good idea. Because then, like, other people can help us. And we don't have to use all of our stimulus checks to buy a helmet. Because that's all we have.
Yeah.
That's all the money
That's not what that stimulus check was supposed to be for. The stimulus check was supposed to keep people afloat. Like, it wasn't supposed to just get ate up with money, like, or with fucking medical bills immediately.
Yeah, we would have to spend the money that we just got.
I think it's a fucking crime that these insurance companies don't cover things like that. Yeah, sure, it's a wearable device, but that doesn't mean it's entirely optional. Like, fuck you. Like, he needs it, you know?
Yeah, they consider it cosmetic, like it's just for show, but it's actually like I just don't understand. I think they just don't want to pay for it. They just make up an excuse.
That's exactly the case, Katie. They have asshole lawyers on their side that say, technically it's cosmetic. That's what they do. They have lawyers that they pay millions of dollars to save them billions.
It's our shitty insurance. It's free. It's community free insurance.
Well, I was on forums, and it turns out most insurances don't cover it.
Oh, really? Most of them?
Yeah. This is like a phenomenon. This happens to people, like, on a regular basis.
That's so weird. Like, the other thing that the lady said was that they don't know, like, a lot. Like, they're still researching, like, what a flat head can cause, like, ultimately for the baby. Like, it's still kind of a new thing, you know? I was, like, kind of surprised because, like, a lot of babies have it, flat heads and stuff. But it's weird because he's, like, he always turns his head to one side, and he has, like, one side of him is tighter than the other side. And his tight side is the side that he doesn't turn his head to. So he turns his head to the left, and his right side is tight. So it's weird.
I really think that you guys should consider CBD, like, and not because, like, I'm a big pothead or anything like that. It's really, really, really something that is life-changing for people. Have you seen people who have epilepsy and they put a little drop of CBD under their tongue and they stop shaking and spasming instantly? Have you seen that?
Yeah, but did it say the age? Because he's only 5 months old.
Yeah,
now.
they recommended it for infants.
Oh, huh.
It's not because it's not a chemical. Like, if you take a drug, every single drug known to man, even the best and most safest drugs for babies, they have side effects, hands down. Every single thing that you take has a trade-off. But if you can find something natural that will get the job done, there's no trade-offs, there's no side effects.
Is it for torticollis? For
Yeah.
the tightness?
Yes, exactly, for that. And you can buy it online for like $4 an ounce and just rub it on his neck. And it won't make him high. I swear to God. Like, you wouldn't be able to buy it online if that was the case. You have to be 21 to get controlled substances. CBD is not one.
Yeah. Poor baby. I feel bad for him.
Yeah, me too. I just hope that everything works out. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to do everything I can with my brain power to see if I can help you guys, because that's makes me sad and worried.
I think I think the thing that would help the most is, like, getting the funding for it.
Yeah, for sure.
And then, like, yeah, and then it would be easier.
Yeah. The GoFundMe, I'm glad that I thought of that. That's a good idea. So we should definitely get on that. I'll help you guys.
Yeah, thanks for doing that.
No problem.
Hey, Justin, are you getting on RuneScape? I'm tired. I had to wake up at 10. Oh my God, he wants that money I was trying to give him. But it's not working right now, so let's play RuneScape.
Oh, she's.
He's gonna be obsessed with it until we go to the bank. Stop! Don't! What are you doing?
What is he trying to do? Transfer the money over?
Yeah, I'm trying to transfer it from my account because it goes to mine because I do our taxes because I'm really smart.
Oh yeah.
I do our taxes.
Corey does our taxes too.
Yeah.
She said, "Give
It's
this
like,
paper to the lady and sign this," and that's all I did for my taxes.
yeah, there's like math involved too. Like I do it on TurboTax online, and it was like a lot of shit. And like I didn't want Justin to get confused with it.
Um, Katie, since you're the one that does the taxes, Ben, my friend Ben, he was teaching me how to do taxes like a rich person, and I can teach you how to do it so you guys can save money and get money back at the end of the year every year.
We're not rich people though.
Yeah, I know, but rich people use stuff that they use tricks that poor people can use too.
Like, oh, where do I meet you, Lumbridge?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to get in trouble.
No. Here's the thing, Katie. The system's broken, and everybody knows it. And you can either like go through the loopholes, which is perfectly legal to do because everyone else does, and that's why taxes are so high, or you can allow yourself to get fucked by the system. But the loopholes are not illegal. I'll tell you that.
Oh, okay.
The system is designed to where if you let it, it will fuck you. But if you don't, then you can fuck other people, which is basically what you're supposed to do. Because if you, it's either this is we live in a fuck or get fucked world, which is sad, but it's true. And until they change the way the IRS works, that's just how it's going to be. You either make money from taxes or you lose money from taxes. It entirely depends on how much energy and knowledge you're willing to put into it.
We did get a lot back this time.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you could get lucky and blah, and like get some back because like society needs you to in order for it to keep running. But that doesn't mean they're giving you as much as you deserve.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like it kind of added up, like with the child tax credit and then the stimulus for Vinny. It was the recovery rebate credit, so we got that one too. Yeah. Yeah, because she was saying like kids with his head have gotten denied by their insurance. Because you know why the reason we have this insurance is because we're poor in the first place. So it's not like people that have this insurance can afford to get their baby's head fixed. Like it's really sad.
Yeah, I
I
agree
told
with you.
her
I agree with you.
like that's sad.
It's completely fucked up. So that's why you need to do things like what I'm about to tell you. When you do your taxes, open up a bank account, a business bank account, at wherever you bank. Just say, yeah, we've got a business. It's called the Townsend business, and this is our bank. This is our business bank. And then anytime you have to buy something expensive, like I don't know, or just in general, like gas. Let's say every single time you buy gas, save all the receipts for every single time you buy gas, and then write it off as a business expense. Pay it through your business bank account, and then at the end of the year, you can claim it as a business expense, and you'll get all that money back.
Isn't that like having a fake business though? Like lying about a business?
Okay, but how are they going to prove it though? Because
I don't know.
if you have a cash business, like let's say that you let's say you make paperclip toys. You buy paper clips for cash at the dollar store, and you use tweezers at home, and you bend them into little silly shapes, and kids buy them. And you made $500,000 last year off of that, and you did it all in cash. And hey, here I am paying taxes on it. You know what I mean? So give me my money.
Yeah. I'm at the lodestone.
All right, I'm at the lodestone too, but yeah, having a business, having a bank account that's a business bank account, and siphoning all of your expenses off into that, and then using it as business expenses at the end of the year, you can save yourself a lot of money, which is what a lot of people do because there's basically no way to stop you from doing it. If you get called by the IRS, all you have to say is I'm not going to talk to you with that immunity.
Like a lawyer?
No, immunity means that I'll give you my time of day and you won't have to spend any money to come find me, but anything I tell you, I can't get in trouble for it.
Okay.
So you just tell if the IRS ever contacts you, you just say I won't speak to you without immunity. If you just do that, then they'll leave you alone.
Is that what you did? What's the quest called that we're doing?
That's what rich people do to stay rich. They put all their bullshit, like they'll go out drinking with their friends every night, and then they'll say, "Oh yeah, I needed to go out with my friends and drink in order for my business." And then they would fucking get it off their expenses and keep all their money. And then people like you and me who do our taxes at H&R Block pay that whenever they're like, "Oh, that's weird. The interest rate is really high this year. Oh well, I guess you're going to have to pay it."
What was it called again? Buyers,
Buyers and sellers.
buyers and sellers. Okay.
But yeah, basically, I learned that from my friend Ben. He goes to college and he's a pharmacist, and his teacher is also like she's like a doctor, and she was like, "This is what you do, Ben. You make up a business account. You make up a business account, use it for all your expenses, and then after that, buy property." That's what she said. She said, "Buy property and siphon off all of your expenses to a business account. If you do that, you're going to be able to retain 90% of your income."
Huh. Interesting. I never heard of that before.
Yeah, because they don't tell people like us. They only tell people that have a fucking doctorate's degree.
Yeah. What does she mean by buy property? Like a house?
Yeah, land, a house, that sort of thing. If you guys could go into debt on a mortgage, you should do it as soon as you possibly can. I think it would be the best move, and I would be jealous of you if you were able to get it done.
How do you do that?
Go talk to the bank and ask them what they require to get a mortgage. And get into a property as soon as you possibly can. Stop paying rent, you guys. ASAP.
I know. We just I think we needed to pay off the car first.
Oh, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm stuck paying rent, too. I mean, it's not like I don't pay rent. I'm just saying,
Are
as
you
soon as
guys
you can.
paying your car? You guys pay the car too?
Yeah, we've got payments on our car. We've got payments on our credit cards. We've got all kinds of payments, but
Yeah.
we want to very soon be able to take a mortgage out. If we did, we'd probably buy a house in Texas.
Yeah.
You guys should probably buy a house in Texas, even if you're not going to live there. You could buy a house in Texas, make all the profit off of it, and then also rent it out. And then that would pay for all your bills and shit. And then when you work, you could have extra money. And you can use that money to pay your mortgage. Yeah, literally, one of our friends, one of Corey's friends from work, he bartends, and he took a mortgage out on a home that he owns in Texas, and he pays the mortgage on it and rents the house out. But his mortgage is lower than his rent, so basically these people are renting his house and paying it for him.
Yeah, but he has to pay his mortgage and his rent.
No, they pay his rent, and he pays the mortgage.
Well, yeah, so we still paying for one of the places.
Right, but then you're still paying. You're also paying equity in every month. Somebody else is paying equity into your savings while you're paying rent. So it's almost like you're paying equity into your savings yourself, vicariously.
Is Justin on? Oh, okay. I'm looking for the quest. What city is it in? Oh, really? The fuck? Oh, I was looking. Okay, it says, oh, buyers and sellers. I thought you said fires and sellers. I'm I misunderstood what the quest was called. I thought it was fire. I thought you said fire, not fire. Yeah. Yeah, so I was looking for that for like 10 minutes. Do I have I need level 5 thieving. Let me make sure I have level 5. Wait, I might. I'm just checking to make sure. Do I have it? Where's thieving? Oh, no, I don't. Shit, how do I get higher? Deal. I'm here.
Actually, I think I've already finished that one.
Or I could go to your guys' world or whatever. Okay, I joined.
I think I've already done that because it's not on my quest list.
Damn it, Justin, you asshole. Oh. I'm gonna steal from these vegetables real quick. It's working.
I'm gonna spank your ass. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to take it out. Chaotic. Yeah. Chaotic crossbow, but I need the other thing, don't I? Let's do dungeoneering with Caitlin.
Oh, that would be cool. I think that. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Oh, I actually stole vegetables. Wow, they're in my inventory. Now I'm level 4.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, we can. How many people are watching?
Dude, I have a broken lucky chaotic crossbow and a regular lucky chaotic crossbow. Yeah. Yeah. Really?
Jacob? Did you just say all the tax stuff to your viewers?
Yeah, but it's fine. Like I said, like it's not illegal to do. It's just something that asshole rich people do.
Okay. I'm gonna rub these lamps really quick.
You should rub them for thieving.
No, I have 5 thieving now. I'm doing defense.
Okay, true.
Oh, what kind of bolts does the chaotic crossbow use?
I could have used them for thieving though. That's a good idea.
That's a good question, Justin. Let me figure this out.
The steel bolts, maybe.
Steel bolts are much too weak. You could use at least rune, probably better.
Jacob, do you want to meet me at the lodestone in Lumbridge?
Yeah, I've been there. I had been there, Katie.
Oh, really? I walked away from it because I had to get the thieving level up.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm going right now.
Alright.
I'll be there. Okay. Do you want me to follow you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna see if Kinsey might need a diaper change because she said she needed one.
All right, Justin. So okay, I'll tell you when you get back.
Tell me. You can tell me.
Okay, so you both of your chaotic crossbows are main hand, right?
Yeah.
Destroy the broken one and see if you get any tokens for it, because I think you should. You might not though, because it's lucky.
Okay. I wonder if you can just sell it at the dungeon guy.
There's supposed to be a trap door somewhere. Here's the furnace. It says north of the furnace there's a trap door. This is the only furnace. So north.
Oh, Jacob, if I'm pulling it out of the bank, it says you already own that. You're currently wearing it. So I basically have a piece of shit lucky chaotic crossbow.
No, you have one chaotic crossbow that you need.
So what do I do with the broken one?
It doesn't exist. It's just a placeholder.
What if the one I'm currently wearing breaks?
Then it's going to go into the broken placeholder spot, and you'll have to repair it.
Can't I repair the other one?
No, the other one doesn't exist. It's just a placeholder, right? I can't tell because I'm not looking at your bank, but the way that you're describing to me, it says that it doesn't exist because you don't have it.
I think if I put the other one back in the bank, I can pull out the broken one. Let me try it.
Isn't the number over the broken one 0? Doesn't it say 0?
No.
Is it under a line that says Diego's items or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a real item. That's not really in your bank. You've only got one. It's confusing. I hate it. I'm sorry that you have to deal with that, but yeah. If an item is a Diego's item, that only says if you destroy it, you can get it back, but then you'll have to pay money. But you've got the item on you. You've got the lucky item on you. It's right there. It's in your inventory. It's just that there's a shadow of it also that Diego can give back to you if you ever lose it.
Who's Diego?
He's the guy that holds all your holidays and untradeable items in Drainer Manor.
What bolts did I have to use for this? Is it rune?
Hold on, I'm gonna text my mom really quick.
Everyone can eat shit.
How much did she say the helmet was exactly, Justin?
2,500, I think.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Dragon Bolt. Aren't those like really expensive? So I want to go the cheap route probably. Yeah. And plus I owe you money, so. All right. Okay. Mm.
Okay, Katie, I've started the quest. Where are you at?
I know. I'm going to Lumbridge Castle now.
Shit.
I talked
Nobody's
to the guy.
selling.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hey, Kinsey.
Actually, it tells me where to go in this quest.
This must have been one of the first quests that had the tutorials like this back in 2010.
Mm-hmm. I'm at the castle. Did you talk to that guy? Yeah. I'm already here, so I'll wait for you.
Did you poo poo? Me too. Yeah, let's change your diaper, okay?
And that's why I like to know all this like bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yep.
We need to find Robin.
Hey, stay right there, please.
Ink, right?
Okay, help me, please.
I want to go upstairs. Huh?
Stop.
Yeah. Cardsman. Are they downstairs? Down here?
Maybe help Dada, okay?
Yeah. I'm looking up here.
Okay, almost done.
Oh, here I found him.
Oh, okay. Where?
He's dead.
Almost done.
Oh my gosh.
She won't let me wipe her ass. Okay, now we're done.
Why is Robin not wearing a Robin hat?
Yeah, I see it. Did you get your robot all dirty?
So now we gotta go Lumbridge Swamp.
You want to go back outside? Okay. Get out of my swamp.
I think we have to go to the swamp.
Huh.
So over here, I think. That's funny. Good job. Is it this guy, Father Ernie? Oh, that was a different quest. Irritable old man. He's not the irritable old man. I'm asking to look at his chalice. I think he has. Yeah,
Oh wait, this is the guy?
I think so.
Oh shit, okay, cool,
He's
yeah,
grumpy
perfect.
and he's old.
Yeah. Hey Duck, how's it going, man? Yes sir, I am back at it again. Well, I'm grinding, dude. I need this fucking quest cape. I want it today right now.
You said it's in the display case over.
It's right over across from his bed. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Jacob,
But my
Mistral bolts
character
aren't
just
selling.
said we need Robin to advise us about how to divert his attention. So go back to Rob.
Hey Duck, I'm smoking lemon kush grown by YC Cultivation, and I bought it at Higher Grounds.
Why are Mithril bolts not buying?
There you go.
Oh yeah, dude. I moved all the way across fucking country so I could smoke legal weed. Sometimes I regret it, but you know, it is nice. Shit. Yeah, that's always scary, man. I'm probably not even gonna probably smoke that much when I get to Texas. Like, if a friend offers it, whatever, but I'm not gonna go buying it in Texas. That it just freaks me out.
Jacob, did you talk to Robin again?
No, I'm still, like, struggling through this conversation with, the grumpy old man.
Yeah, I think you just need to ask to see his thing. So, and then does it say talk to Robin again? It's okay. I'm gonna wait for you back. I'm at the swamp, so I'll wait for you. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna go back to the old guy, but I'll wait.
Hey Jacob, should I go with adamant bolts since Mithril isn't buying?
Yeah, actually, I'm happy Mithril aren't buying because Adamant are better, and you're gonna pay the same price for them since the Mithril aren't buying. So just go Eddie.
It doesn't give me those markers like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the heck, Katie? Do you see that I've got markers here? Why does it show me exactly where to go?
Yeah, what the? Ooh. Huh? Oh, it's something else. Oh, that's why.
Man, that was really fucking me up for a while too.
has been lit.
Okay, so do you have logs?
Uh-oh, is Vinny waking up?
Get some logs and light a fire by his window. I might eat some more.
I'm gonna firmly close your.
Yeah, because we need a key, I think. Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, that's the right. Light a fire under my window. I'll teach them a lesson.
Light a fire under my ass.
So, yeah, did you do it yet? I picked it, I think. Did I? Shit. I didn't say that there's a fire yet to him. It didn't give me the option. Oh, okay. Okay.
Don't pull those.
Okay.
Don't pull those, Kinsey. No, no.
I think that's quest complete.
There
I
we
think
go.
now we can deliver the chalice to Darren.
Hi,
Wait, let me feel it. There we go. I stole the chalice. Are you at the castle already? Thanks, Stinky. What are you doing? I hurt my nail. Oh, are you okay? Oh, poor baby. You okay? Thank you, Bill. Deliver it. We're outside. To there. Oh, to. Are you outside? No, I'm inside, honey. I'm inside. I'm not outside. Are you out? I think we have to go. Go to the left. Uh-huh. Go to the right. Wherever that furnace was in the underground. Mama. I think it's. Yeah. Oops, I think I'm going the wrong way. I know. Kinsey, can you get down, please? This is hard to detect. I don't remember. I don't remember. Okay, so. Just north of the furnace. Is that Mama's knee? Is that Mama's knee? Mama. Hold on. Mama. I'll get it eventually. Mama. Let me find it. I'm trying to remember. I found it the first time. Don't do that, please, Kinsey.
Hey, you know how your mom said she would take him twice a week?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Today?
Today and tomorrow.
I think my dad thinks you're at work right now.
So, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, not right now.
Why?
Because he's probably going to wonder why you're not at work.
How would he wonder if the kids are over there?
Because wouldn't you be the one dropping them off?
You would.
You want me to take the kids over there? No.
I don't know.
And drop them off? No, I don't want it. Kinsey, will you quit, please? Okay, ready? You want to watch Peppa Pig? Toy? I really don't want you to fall. Were you playing out? You're playing outside. Playing outside is better for you. Well, it's better for you to play outside than watch TV. You want Peppa Pig toys? Yeah, I want to. I love you more. Use the training dummy to practice the making talk. Oh, it
Yeah.
says give it there.
Yeah, Duck. Yeah, man. Seriously. 30 to 50 bucks. That's a full ounce of some like pretty good stuff. Do you want to see the weed that I bought for $30 to $50? Here, check it out.
Uh-huh. Justin is Vinny awake?
Yeah.
I should probably get off and work with him with his tummy time and stuff.
Okay.
That was a good quest, though. We got the quest done.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna take like a short break before we do dungeoneering, okay?
Okay.
I need to Jacob? Oh, it's okay. I was just making sure you were hearing me. So I'm gonna get off for a little bit and help Minnie do his tummy time and stuff, and then I'll be back on.
All right, sounds good. Justin, do you want to do some ED3?
Sure.
I'm gonna go downstairs.
All right, let me kill this grat worm.
Oh my goodness, what's the matter?
He's doing the lip.
Mr. Bill.
He's doing the lip. He's doing the lip.
Should I mute the microphone on here?
Yeah, I don't want it on.
Oh shit. That's my fault.
You gotta mute it.
Hold on, I'm trying.
Are you smiling at your dada? Mommel's is gonna hang out with you. Baby bunny. Okay.
Come here.
Want to spank it?
Is it still? It's not letting me mute it. Uh-huh.
Just hang up.
Okay, fine.
Gay.
Hello there. Hello. What you doing? Come here, baby butt. Oh, my baby butt. My baby butt. Did you put diaper rash? Come on.
Mm-mm.
You smell like diaper cream.
Jacob, are you a swindler?
More of a swandler.
Okay.
I like to oat apples and bononos. That's for sure.
That's not good enough.
Shit.
Apples and bananas.
Should I make the GoFundMe?
Yeah. Dude, I have 4.5 mil in the bank, and I have 5 mil on me, so I have 10 mil. But that's yours, though. Right? Well, I should, because you gave me 15 mil, dude.
Well, I really wanted you to get corruption shot, and now we can make money together as a team. And I don't want you to feel like every dime you earn, you have to pay it to me.
How about I give you 5 mil now, and then I'll have 5 mil.
Okay, that sounds better. Because I've only got 1.6 mil, so I'll happily take that 5.
Yeah. Here, come trade me.
I'm here at ed3 ready to trade you.
Oh, well, actually, I gotta come to your world. I don't see you. Oh, there you are. What?
It's making me enter my PIN. So I'm gonna have to shut the stream down, put my PIN in.
Okay.
Hey, you guys, just give me like 1 sec and I'll be right back with the stream, okay? I just don't want to show my PIN, and I don't know how to do it in a simpler way yet.
Your sister up there, is she crazy? Is she crazy?
Yeah, it's OBS.
Huh? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Duck. Okay, yeah, yeah, okay, cool. There we go. Thanks, man. Alright, so I'll do that, put my penny poo in, and then I'll bring it right back up. Thanks.
What
Alright,
did he say to do?
Justin trade me. He showed me how to black out my screen so that nobody could see my pin.
Oh.
I sent you a trade offer.
How do you add money in?
Click on the little money icon.
Coins, right?
Yeah, click on.
Oh,
well,
there it is.
there's a money icon in the trade box.
Okay.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, dude, you gave me 15 mil, so.
Yeah, but now you got the corruption shot.
Yeah.
All right. So
All
do
right.
you want to be the leader or should I?
Yeah. You can be the leader, Jacob. Actually, was I already the leader?
Oh, it looks like we were still in a group from last time, so we can
Who
just
was
go
the
in.
leader last time?
You are.
Oh, let's just go.
Make sure you don't continue.
Oh, fuck. Hold on, Jacob. Yeah. Here, let's just kill these guys real quick, and then. Yeah. Oh shit. Here, get them on you. Here, I'm gonna leave, and you get them on you. Okay.
Blanket.
Oh yeah, Duck. Come join us, man. Thank you. Yeah, I think we were only gonna do a few, so yeah, that would be perfect. We try to just do. We don't like to play with strangers, even though I mean it doesn't really affect the game too much. We just generally don't play with strangers. But
Sorry, Mama.
we're on World 2 right now.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some food and shit.
All right, that'll give me time to add Duck to the party.
Okay. How many viewers you got, Jake?
3.
3?
Yeah.
Is Caitlin one of them?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Oh, Caitlin's. I think Caitlin might be one of them. One of them's not me, so that means you have two other viewers.
Oh, okay, cool. So Duck and a third person.
Yeah.
Duck is here, Justin. So, do you know how to invite a person to the party?
I think so.
His username is QARTH. Quarth. Karth.
Okay. Do you have to go in settings and then group the group thing or what?
Settings. Press escape, and then click on the community icon with the green guy and the orange guy.
Yeah.
Go to grouping system, and then on the right hand side with you and me and our usernames at the bottom, there should be a little plus button or a circle with some target, like a target. You see it?
Yeah.
Click on that,
yeah, I see it.
and then you can type in QARTH.
Oh, but hold on. You cannot invite new members to a group once everyone has been marked as ready.
Oh, we have to let's unready real quick.
How do you unready? Okay.
Hey Duck, can you be the leader? Oh, he thought of it before I did already. I need to start reading the chat more often.
Is Kinzer playing outside?
Hey Duck, did you have Justin's username, or should I send it to you? Yeah, that's the one. Right on. Alrighty. Cool. I guess let's go in now. I think we're ready.
Okay.
Climb. So yeah, try and get those corruptions off, Justin, since there's 3 of us now. They're gonna die a lot quicker.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He can get the aggression. He can get the aggression of the enemy, so we don't have to hold back. We don't have to hang back. You know how you always have to wait for me?
Yeah.
We don't have to do that with Duck.
All right. That was really fast.
Yeah. Yeah. Right on. Thanks, Duck. Yeah. We're trying to keep up with you. I don't know if we're going to be able to... we probably won't be able to do the boss, so we're just going to do probably some trash runs.
Why won't we be able to do the boss?
He's a big old eel. He's going to fuck us up. I guess we can try. We can try. If we can kill the boss, we'll get pretty good loot. But if we die, we wouldn't lose that much, right? It's only a couple hundred K.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, okay, cool, yeah. I guess he's just talking about Bossy McBossface, like, I was talking about the eel. The eel's a pain in the ass. Oh, apparently the eel doesn't drop very good loot anyway. Okay, cool. Fuck that eel.
What's Jacob's email? I don't know if he could tell me because he's on his.
Oh, I share my email with my Twitch.
Oh, what's your email, Jacob?
omfgwtf@gmail.com.
That was way too fast, dude.
It's like the acronyms OMFG.
OMFG.
And then WTF.
WTF.
LOLOL. Try and get some damage in on these skeletons, Justin, and the bossy guy.
Yeah, at Gmail.
Are you using a gravite knife right now?
No, that's just my overlook.
Oh, okay, cool.
No, I've got my chaotic crossbow.
Okay, sick.
Why do you need his email?
There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, this was pretty good, man. We didn't even get close to dying one time.
Yeah, compared to the other time. Well, actually, the last times we've been doing it, we never really got close either.
Yeah, I guess we got to a point where we were figuring it out. But we also kept losing a bunch of food, and it was taking pretty long too.
Yeah.
Compared to this, anyway.
Yeah, I think so.
Also, this is going to be really way faster for getting dungeoneering tokens, so you can get that offhand. Because the only thing that's preventing us from getting faster tokens is killing the bosses faster.
Yeah.
It's time to rinse and repeat.
Do you have to put it on Facebook? Can you put it on something else? What do you mean?
I just think that like my dad's gonna take her.
I don't care what your dad thinks.
Alright, Justin, we'll meet you back at ed3 boat.
Alright. Are you guys in there?
I'm not. You got food and everything, Justin?
Yeah. I didn't really use any last time.
Okay, yeah, me too. I went to Edgy first and then realized I didn't use any resources. Oh, he's already in there.
Oh. You in there too, Jacob?
Yeah, I'm here. My armor is just darkly colored, so it's hard to see me. Oh shit! Wow. Okay. Did you hear that, Justin? Did you see what he said?
What?
We can at the whenever we're ready to rinse and repeat, instead of like teleporting away and running back, we can just exit to the lobby, and then log back in, and it'll put us at the boat again right away.
Log in and log out.
Yeah, if you log out to the lobby and come back. Oh, let's kill Hanto. But we've got Hanto for some more dungeoneering tokens, Justin. Dude, we're gonna get you that offhand probably in this trip, or not this trip,
yeah,
but in these rounds of ed3, we're gonna get you it.
Oh yes, I need that.
Oh, did you hear that? Hanto without taking damage. What the fuck?
Hmm. Shit, my auto retaliate was on. How do I turn that shit off? Oh, I know how to do it.
Okay, cool.
Should I not attack?
Oh shit, okay. Maybe if you stand on top of him, you can help. Oh yeah, so yeah, Justin, you go stand right on under him and then do what he's doing.
Well, maybe you don't.
Look at that. See, it's not damaging you. See, look.
Don't
Look
put
at
it on Facebook. Put it on something else. Well, delete it and put it on something else then.
Hey,
If you're
thanks.
worried about your death.
Thanks, Karth. Man, that's a pretty good way to cheese this. Well, Duck. I'm gonna call you Duck. I like Duck better.
Mm-hmm. I don't care what your dad thinks. I don't know. He has a problem with everything, so.
Nobody has to like give us money.
Yeah.
Really weird.
I have 67,000 tokens, Jigget.
Nice, man. What is that? 33K to go?
Yeah.
That's good. He's
I
got
don't care
another.
what your dad thinks.
He's got another trick for the zombies, Justin.
Okay.
No, Duck, don't worry about it, man. You're teaching us stuff. I appreciate it, man. You're adding wrinkles to my brain. I appreciate it.
Okay. Yeah.
Right on. That's a couple of nice quality of life improvements on this dungeon.
There's no boss on this one?
Yeah, you have to get lucky. But we got Hanto at least. Oh yeah, Justin, head to the lobby and then come back.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's really good XP.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
And then here, come over here with me, Justin. And then he'll incite all the enemies. Here's Hanto again.
Hell yeah, dude.
Alright, Justin, you can stand on him and attack now.
Do I need to protect from magic or melee?
No, Hanto is focusing on me. And so you guys don't have to worry about the damage.
Okay. He was uncomfortable in the womb. Oh yeah. Thank you.
Thanks again, Duck. I appreciate you, man. It makes this a lot simpler and more profitable. Hey, Justin, did you see that? You should trade Karth.
Uh. What is this stuff?
I have no idea. I can't see what he's giving you. What's it?
200 mechanized Chinchompa.
Oh, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. That's gonna be tons of XP, dude. You should use those. Wow. Thank you, Duck.
Holy shit.
What's the XP drops now, Justin?
Instant 5 billion. Holy crap, those are pretty nutsoid.
Mom's calling me. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, don't mail it. We'll just, we'll get together and, do it that way. Okay, yeah, we don't need it right away or anything, so the most convenient time for us to meet up, that would be perfect. Yeah. That's really gonna help us out, Mom. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Jessie's needy. But I love her. Playing RuneScape with Justin and streaming. So I'm playing with some new friends. I made a friend. His name is Duck. He's cool. Yeah, that's his internet name. Yeah, I really appreciate it. We'll well, I appreciate it anyway. Okay. All right. Well, okay. Thanks. Um, yeah. Do you wanna like go out to eat or something? I don't work today. All right. Sounds good.
Hold on 1 second, Mama.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Wait, say that again, Mama? Yeah,
This was only $15.
it's a good deal.
All right. I'm back. What's up, Duck? Are you done?
No,
Those
we're
were.
doing another one.
Oh, you guys are in there.
Yeah.
Good.
We're doing a dungeon.
I really appreciate you helping me out, Duck, because Justin, yeah, we need to get him that offhand, and the XP is so fucking helpful, because he really wants 99 ranged. Justin, I'm about to tell you something. I don't know if you're going to be able to handle it, okay?
Okay.
Those chins, they're either going to get you to 99 or they're going to get you damn close.
Okay.
Oh, that was underwhelming, but I bet you're still excited about him. Are you focused so you don't die?
Yeah, I'm staying focused.
Okay.
Oh, we need to drink beer. No.
Yeah, Duck, I'm gonna let you guys finish that round real quick because I can't get in. There's an error message, but I don't want to slow you down. And you're so quick in there that you really don't even need me. But I'll do the next one with you guys. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I just took a fat dab too. This shit looks like fucking meth. It's all good. But yeah, check this dab out, dude. Doesn't that look like it should be illegal? Shit. How many
Shit, I'm out of
tokens?
food.
Oh, I've got food. How many tokens do you have?
77,000.
Nice.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mom, I'm not ignoring you. I'm not ignoring you. Yeah.
Oh, what do you mean? What do you
Well,
mean,
now I
Duck?
can.
I'm confused. I was just giving him some
No, I
monkfish.
can't because this isn't over my ear. Damn, why am I still so tired? I've gotten good sleep over the last couple days.
Maybe you're still recovering from a sleep debt. Are you trading, Duck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, Duck is cool. Tell everyone I said Duck is cool.
He can hear you.
Oh. Oh yeah, he can. I didn't know if he could hear me or not.
Right on. I don't even have to use my soul split, dude. I can just use turmoil, and I don't even need the healing.
Nice, dude.
Ooh, we get Bossy McBossface. Hell yeah.
Maybe if we go get some beer, we can go get my money too, right?
Oh,
You
that sounds
think
like
so?
a plan.
Okay. Me and Caitlin might go get some beer. for Happy Patrick's Day.
Oh, cool. Right on. I didn't even know that it was St. Patty's Day.
Yeah. Even though I'm really tired and beer makes me tired. Because we have 2 kids.
Yeah. You're like in a constant state of sleep debt.
Yeah. 82,000 tokens.
Nice, dude. Alright.
Dude, this dude is cool, dude.
Oh, yeah.
I might do one more and then I might get off for a little bit.
Alright, man. That's fair.
And then I'll get back on
When you get back on, we're only gonna have to kill like 1 to 4 more bosses before you get that offhand.
Oh, that's not bad, right?
Yeah.
What'd you say, Mama?
Are you doing a dungeon?
Yeah, I'm gonna do one more and then we're gonna go.
I haven't done a dungeon with you guys yet.
We're gonna do them when we get back.
They're really tough, Katie. They're really high level. You would die. I tried to do it on my Iron Man and
Oh,
I
no.
almost died instantly.
She means the regular dungeoneering with us.
Oh, dungeoneering. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that'll
Yeah.
be fun. He needs 20,000 tokens. Duck. How many tokens can you get in ED1? How quickly? Because he can only do one more dungeon and then he's got to get off. Yeah, I'm sure you probably heard that. Oh, okay. Right on. So yeah, we would have done ED1, Justin, but I don't think you have the requirements to do it.
Oh.
So we'll just do ED3. He
Okay.
said if you're lucky, you can get 25,000 tokens per dungeon in that one.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, holy shit.
Why?
Ready up. Oh, never mind, it's just me.
Well, then just delete it then if you don't. What'd she say?
On it downstairs. Please. Yeah, I'm coming.
Oh, die. I'm almost level 81 ranged.
That was quick.
Yeah. Whoa, he gave me some bolts. Oh, damn.
What kind of
Thanks,
bolts?
dude. Bacriminal bolt, ruby bacriminal bolts.
Oh,
wait.
I don't even know what the
Oh,
fuck
wait.
that is.
Actually, I think it requires 99. But that's cool, but once I get 99, then I can use it.
Oh man, that's kick ass, dude. I'll have to save those. They have a special attack? That's crazy. Holy shit. Dude, with those bolts, you can hit 12k on a boss. Or something.
What?
Yeah,
I bet they cost a shit ton, too.
probably. He said to use those whenever you can use them with dual wielding chaotics.
Oh yeah, I almost got my chaotic offhand pretty soon.
Oh shit. Okay, that was my fault. That was my fault, Duck. I told him to buy Addy bolts because I have no idea what I'm doing.
Uh-oh, Simba!
Did you hear that, Justin? Onyx bolts or dragon bolts? He said. Not. You should sell those Addy bolts or something.
Oh, okay.
Because apparently
What
they
should I
don't
use?
hit. Onyx bolts or dragon bolts E.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I think right now you're using Chinchampas, which don't take bolts, right?
Yeah.
So that was the last one, right?
Yeah.
Alright, hey, thanks, Duck. Yeah, man.
Yeah, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you next time, man. Will do. Peace. Alrighty, love you,
Okay.
Justin.
All right, love you, man. I'm gonna go and get some beer and then get my money and then I'll be back on.
Sweet, sounds like a good day. See you later.
All right, dude. Love you, man. I'll be on in a little bit.
Alright, love you too. Peace.
Peace.
Alrighty, back to the grind. No, no, what's the door method training? What's that? Picking the locks on these jail cells in here? I was hoping I could maybe buy some in here or something. Okay, I'm all ears, man. No. What exactly do I need for that? Whoa, it looks like I don't need a lockpick. Oh, I guess I do. Wait, okay, so some of the doors require it and some don't. Oh, okay, cool. Is that a quest? Alright. Oh shit. Yeah, I need a Ring of Fortune. Um, I don't think I have Metaphos unlocked, but I think I might be able to run there. No, I don't think so. No, I haven't. I'll have to gain favor and all that stuff. Yeah. Oh, damn. Oh, okay. Hmm. How do I start the process of that? Opening up Metaphos? Alright, Jack of Spades. Let's see here. Oh, this looks easy peasy. Cool. No, for sure, man. I appreciate the advice. I encourage everybody to throw anything at me, and I'll mull it over.
Welcome.
I do want the quest cape, so doing it in a strategic fashion is not a bad idea. So I'll just any like the slightest reason why I might want to do a quest, that's what I'm gonna do next, because yeah, I want to take advantage of the benefits of doing them and not just like do them later when it's like when it doesn't matter anymore. You know, it's like, oh, I have access to that now. I don't need that anymore. You know what I mean? Alrighty, time to talk to Hassan and get this show on the road. Oh, I saw someone make a comment on the skin of the coins and the like riches that they have here, and about how they seem super out of place. I don't know if you saw it, but it really cracked me up because it's true as hell. If you look at like the detail they put into the bricks and everything, and then look how like the riches basically look like they belong in old school. uh, uh, what the hell? Okay, I guess we're flying to Menaphos? Where's my carpet? I didn't think I would be able to surge, but it's letting me surge. Yeah, I don't fucking know, bro. I'm just like no clipping over to Metapost right now. Oh. I think we got to take the bridge. What the fuck? Hmm. Okay, there we go. Jeez. So if anybody wants to replicate what I just did, apparently all you have to do, basically from my recollection of what happened, is be in combat whenever you talk to Hassan on the roof, and then you basically can control where you float to. You can fly all over RuneScape, I bet, if you did that. Obviously, the requirement is you can't have done um, the Jack of Spades quest. Hmm. uh, I think we got to take the bridge. What the fuck? Oh. Sorry, I was just uploading. Let's see here. If the Gmail you have is contact us one use. Hmm. Okay. Damn. Yeah, I can change that. Thanks for the heads up, man. Dude, that would be fucking devastating. How can you do that to someone, man? Like, you know they're an iron, you know they earned it all themselves, piece by piece, painstakingly, and you're still gonna literally take it and sell it for like pennies. Like, oh my fucking god, that is like diabolical as fuck. I'm editing that out right now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've just updated my my overlays that I put, or whatever you call them. My about me, I updated it, so I appreciate that. This is the kind of stuff that it's like why I wanted to connect with a community of people is because now I'm not just RuneScaping with my own brain. I have access to the knowledge of other people as well, and it's awesome, and I really appreciate it. Right, yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure there are some sweaty neckbeards out there that would love to make a quick buck off of my work. Right. Yeah, this game is way social. It's like the reason why people have Facebook is the same reason why people have RuneScape. Like you've got to get back on and get on and be with your friends, you know. Yeah, dude, PVM and shit like that. Having a clan, just in general, having a clan is just awesome. Like if they're your friends, you know. Right on, man. Yeah, it kind of feels that way. I've been listening and stuff to the chat here and there. Been kind of a fly on the wall for a little while, and yeah, I think I'm feeling that way too. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. Alrighty, headed to the Grand Pyramid, I guess. Oh, I should probably grab the lodestone. Oh yeah. I guess I was going too quick. Oh, hey Justin, how's it going? Oh, okay. Hey Katie. I like your use of emojis. Good question. This is a, well, it was, well, I'm gonna actually pour another glass. It's Franzia White. I can be more specific here in a sec. I'm gonna go pour another glass. I did that in literally the worst order possible, but it's peach moscato. Duck, I'm definitely going to do the Gullible Tourist right after this. I love quests. Yeah, it's not so bad. It's a little sweet for my taste. I prefer the dark red wine. I'm sure you know that, but I'm out of that right now, so I'm helping Corey drink the stuff that she hates. Oh shit, yeah, that's right. Sorry, I forgot about that. Dude, hell yeah. How rare is it? Do you think that it's realistic if I grinded for it, or you pretty much gotta be lucky? Hell yeah, dude. Oh, well, okay, now okay, so the whole picture is coming together now. So I have to do the, reputation anyway. So if I do this specific thing to get reputation, then it's two birds with one stone, because I can get an onyx. Hell yeah, dude. Well, I'm gonna follow in their footsteps, thanks to you. Cool, 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 cool. That's what I want. That's what I need. Oh, hell yeah, Katie. Red wine is delicious, and it makes me feel healthy. But I'll drink rosé during the day, I guess. What kind of beer did you guys get? Oh, right on. Good shit. That's funny. Yeah, we didn't have that stuff down south. But I'll drink the hell out of it, though. Hey, Bubba. Hey, friend. Hey, sir. How are you? You want to give me some kisses? Oh, that sounds good. I like pasta salad.
Council.
Mr. President, as I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, and the Republican leadership have reached an agreement on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people. I think we can do better. And I am here today to take a strong stand against this bill. And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people.
Hey Duck, are you still here? If you are, where is my living quarters supposed to be in Menifos? Where is Hassan in Menifos?
Enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office,
I'll be right back.
in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make,
All right, I'm back.
is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who've come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, these are billionaires, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. And all over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks for the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election those arguments will not be made again, and I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension. That would add $700 billion to our national debt. $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren and the children all over this country to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept of giving tax breaks to billionaires when we have such a high national debt makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all of that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember, we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, $10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people are saying, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay 1 nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received, as one family, about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does, and I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, and here's a very important point that I think has not yet gotten the attention that it deserves, and that is this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%. I'll have more money in my paycheck. It's a good idea. Let's take a deep breath and let's think about it for a second. Let's understand what this whole thing is about. This payroll tax holiday concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. And I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, what the President and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. And from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline on it from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that a majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans should be defeated. Mr. President, included in the agreement are a number of business tax cuts. And I'm not going to be here to say that some of them may not work. Some of them may work. Some of them will work better than others. There are a whole list of them. But this is what I will say. Economists on both ends of the political spectrum believe that if we are serious about addressing the horrendous economic crisis that we're in now, 9.8% unemployment, that there are far more effective ways of creating the jobs that we have to create than those tax proposals. With corporate America already sitting on close to $2 trillion cash on hand. It's not that our friends in corporate America don't have any money. We're going to help them. They've got $2 trillion cash on hand. The problem is not, in my view, that corporate taxes are too high. It is that the middle class simply doesn't have the money to purchase the goods and products that make our economy go and create jobs. So I think that if our goal is to create the millions and millions of jobs that we need, and if our goal is to make our country stronger internationally in a very tough global economy, I would much prefer it. I think most economists would agree with me that a better way to do that, to create the millions of jobs we've got to create, is to invest heavily in our infrastructure. Now, the truth is, and I don't think anyone disputes this, the infrastructure in the United States is crumbling, and I'll go into more detail about that later. Got some very good information on it. But, you know, you don't have to be a civil engineer to know that. All you have to do is get in your car today and drive someplace. And in my state and all over this country, what you are going to see are roads that are in disrepair. You're going to see bridges that in some cases have actually been shut down. You're going to see water systems. I remember, Mr. President, I was in Rutland, Vermont, the second or third largest city in the state of Vermont. And the mayor there showed me a piece of pipe. It was very funny. It was an old pipe. And he said, you know, the engineer who helped develop this water system and laid this pipe, he went off, after he did this work for Rutland, he went off to fight in the war. And I knew there was a catch line coming. I said, well, what war was that? And he said it was the Civil War. So you're talking about water pipe being laid in Rutland, Vermont, and this is true all over the United States, laid in the Civil War. And the result is we lose an enormous amount of clean water every day through leaks, water pipes bursting every day, all over the United States of America. Well, we can put people to work improving our water system, our wastewater plants, very expensive proposition to develop good wastewater plants. I was a mayor, you were a governor. It is an expensive proposition. Roads, bridges. Furthermore, Mr. President, I don't have to tell anybody here, our rail system, which used to be the greatest rail system in the world, is now falling way behind every other major country on Earth. In Vermont, as a result of the stimulus package, which did a whole lot of very good things in the state of Vermont, one of the things we're able to do is use $50 million of federal fund, private money, to make major repairs on one of our important railways in the state. But we remain far behind most other countries around the industrialized world. China is exploding in terms of the number of high-speed rail lines that they have. We have got to do better. Our airports need work. Our air controllers need to be updated in terms of the technology they use to make our flights safe. And the point here is that what most economists would tell you is, A, when you invest in infrastructure, you get a bigger bang for the buck, you create more jobs for your investment than in most instances giving a variety of tax breaks to the corporate world. And second of all, and not unimportantly, when you invest in infrastructure, you are improving the future of this country. You're making us more productive. It's not just creating jobs, it's creating jobs for a very specific purpose, which makes our nation more productive and efficient. And thirdly, let me tell you something, as a former mayor, infrastructure does not get better if you ignore it. You know, you could turn your back if you're a mayor or a governor on the roads and on the highways because you don't have the money to fix them today. They ain't going to get better next year. At some point, they're going to have to be repaired and fixed, and we may as well do that right now. So I believe that the money, the very substantial sums of money in this agreement between the president and the Republicans, which goes into tax breaks for corporate America, could be much better spent, more effectively spent on the infrastructure. Point I want to make in opposition to this agreement is that what we have heard from the president and others is that, look, this is a compromise. You can't get everything you want. Well, you can't get everything what you want around here. That's true. But one of the examples of the compromise is an extension of unemployment benefits for 13 months. Well, let me be very, very clear. In the midst of a serious and major recession, at a time when millions of our fellow Americans are not only out of work through no fault of their own, but they have been out of work for a very, very long time. It would be, in my view, immoral and wrong to turn our backs on those workers. Their unemployment benefits are going to be running out soon, and it is absolutely imperative that we extend those unemployment benefits for the 2 million workers who would lose them. But here's the point that I want to make, Mr. President. Some people say that this is a compromise. Well, the Republicans gave on unemployment, the president gave on extending tax breaks for the rich, et cetera, But here's the point. I don't believe, honestly, that the Republican support now for extending unemployment benefits really constitutes much of a compromise. Because the truth of the matter is that for the past 40 years, under both Democratic and Republican administrations, under the leadership in the Senate and the House of Democrats or Republicans, it has been bipartisan policy that whenever the unemployment rate has been above 7.2%, unemployment insurance has always been extended. So what you have had is long-standing bipartisan policy. That's what we have always done. That is what we should be doing in the future. I do not regard that Republicans now supporting what their party has always supported, extending unemployment benefits when unemployment becomes very high. I don't see that as a compromise. I see that as what has been going on in this country and in the Senate for 4 decades. Now, Mr. President, I've talked about the negative aspects of this proposal, but I am going to be the first to admit that, of course, there are positive and good agreements in this. And what are they? What are some of the positive aspects of this agreement? Let me just tick them off. Number one, I believe very strongly, and I know the President does, that it is absolutely imperative that we extend middle-class tax cuts for 98% of the American people. I don't think there's been any debate about that. When median family income has gone down by over $2,000 during the Bush years, when millions of our people today are working longer hours for low wages, when people can't afford to send their kids to college or take care of childcare, I think it makes absolute sense. I don't think anyone denies that it is absolutely imperative that we extend middle-class tax cuts, and that's what this provision does, and that's the right thing. Furthermore, in this agreement, we have an extension of the Earned Income Tax Credit to working Americans, and the child and college tax credits are also in there. Every one of these agreements is very, very important. These programs will keep millions of Americans from slipping out of the middle class and into poverty, and they will allow millions of Americans to send their kids to college. So I'm not here to say that there is not anything of value in this agreement between the President and the Republicans. They are. And we have got to fight to make sure that all of those programs remain in the final package when it is passed, when the final package is passed. But when we look at the overall agreement, we must put it in a broader context, and that is, what will the passage of this legislation mean for the future of our country? And in that area, if you look at it in that context, I think the evidence is pretty strong that it is just not a good agreement and not something that should be passed. Mr. President, passage of this agreement would mean that we would continue the Bush policy of trickle-down economics for at least 2 more years. And that is not a good thing to do, because I think, as most Americans know, that philosophy, that economic approach, simply did not work. The evidence is quite overwhelming. I don't think there's much debate. When median family income during Bush's 8 years goes down by $2,200, when we end up losing over 600,000 private sector jobs, and all of the job growth was in the federal level, I don't see how anybody would want to continue that philosophy. But that, in essence, is what will happen if this agreement is passed. Now, I want to make another point here about what happens if, and I will do my best to prevent this from happening, but what would happen if this agreement would pass? Does anybody seriously believe that our Republican colleagues would then say, oh, okay, well, we've got an extension of tax breaks for the very richest people. We've lowered the tax rate on the estate tax. Those are good victories for millionaires and billionaires, and we're going to go home now. We're not going to continue the fight. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. We're already hearing soundings about where our Republican friends want to go. The President put together what I thought was a very poor deficit reduction commission. I thought that the folks on it were not reflective of the American people. I thought there was a very much big business, corporate partiality there. initiatives that came out of that commission, which fortunately did not get the 14 votes they needed, suggest to me that those of us who are concerned about protecting the needs of the middle class and working families, we are going to have to be pushing back pretty hard for what's coming down the pike. I think that what we will be seeing is that if this proposal negotiated between the president and the Republicans is passed, what you will be seeing within a few months are folks coming here on the floor of the Senate, and this is what they'll say. They'll say, you know what? Deficit is high, national debt is too high, and yes, oh yes, we drove the national debt up by giving tax breaks to billionaires, but that's the way it goes. But we're going to have to deal with that national debt. And then the Republicans will tell us we have a great way to deal with it. We've given tax breaks to billionaires, but now what we're going to have to do is start making deep cuts in Social Security, and that Deficit Reduction Commission started paving the way for that. Very substantial cuts in Social Security. Maybe we'll have to raise the retirement age in Social Security to 69 or 70. Maybe we'll have to make cuts in Medicare. Maybe we'll have to make cuts in Medicaid. And I think we're beginning to see in the state of Arizona now what goes on when you make deep cuts in Arizona, in Medicaid. In Arizona right now, there are people who are in line who need transplants, who will die if they don't get transplants. And in Arizona, as a result of legislation that they passed there, they're saying to people, young people, sorry, we can't afford to give you the transplant, and you're going to have to die. Well, is that what we're looking forward to seeing all over America? I certainly will do everything I can to prevent that. We're certainly going to see attacks on environmental protection, on education. Some of us believe that if this country is going to prosper, succeed in the global economy, we've got to have the best educational system in the world, from childcare through college. Right now, it is extremely difficult for middle-class families to send their kids to college. Does anyone have any doubt whatsoever that our Republican friends are not going to come back here and say, we can't afford to raise Pell Grants as we have in recent years. We can't afford to support working families who are having their kids in childcare. Cut. That isn't fairness to them. They've been pretty honest about it. So I would suggest, Mr. President, that if their argument is that we have a high deficit and a high national debt, that if we pass this agreement and the national debt goes higher, it only gives them more impetus to go forward to cut programs that benefit working families and the middle class. And let me also say that there is no doubt in my mind what many of, not all, but many of my Republican colleagues want to do. And that is they want to move this country back into the 1920s, when essentially we had an economic and political system which was controlled by big money interests, where working people in the middle class had no programs to sustain them when things got bad, when they got old, when they got sick, when labor unions were very hard to come by because of anti-worker legislation. And that's what they want. They don't believe in things like the Environmental Protection Agency. They don't believe in things like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, federal aid to education. And that is the fight that we will be waging. And I think to surrender on this issue is simply to say that we're going to be waging fight after fight, starting within a couple of months. Now, Mr. President, President Obama has said that he fought as hard as he could against the Republican tax breaks for the wealthy and for an extension in unemployment. Well, maybe, but the reality is that that fight cannot simply be waged inside the Beltway. What our job is to appeal to the vast majority of the American people to stand up and to say, wait a minute, I don't want to see our national debt explode. I don't want to see my kids and grandchildren paying higher taxes in order to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. The vast majority of the American people do not support that agreement in terms of giving tax breaks to the very rich. And our job is to rally those people. And I would like very much to see the American people saying to our Republican colleagues, some Democratic colleagues, excuse me, don't force my kids to have a lower standard of living in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. And what the president and all of us should be doing is going out and saying to those people, call up the members of the Senate, call up the members of the House and say, excuse me, how about representing the middle class and working families for a change rather than the wealthiest people in this country? That's what democracy is about. This fight is not going to be won inside the Beltway here in a Senate debate. It is going to be won when the American people stand up and say, wait a second, we cannot continue to give tax breaks to people who are doing phenomenally well right now. We can't give tax breaks to the rich when we already have the most unequal distribution of income of any major country on earth. Top 1% earns 23% of all income in America, more than the bottom 50%. They don't need more tax breaks to be paid for by our kids and our grandchildren. In my view, Mr. President, vast majority of people are behind us on this issue, but they have got to make their voices heard to their senators, to their congressmen. And when they do, I believe we can come forward with an agreement which protects the middle class and working families and not is a boondoggle for the wealthiest people in this country. It is important to put the agreement that the president struck with the Republicans in a broader context. You can't just look at an agreement unto itself. You have to look at it within the context of what's going on in this country today, both economically and politically. And in my view, and I think I speak for millions and millions of Americans on this, there is a war going on in this country. And I'm not referring to the war in Iraq or the war in Afghanistan. I'm talking about a war being waged by some of the wealthiest and most powerful people in this country against the working families of the United States, against the disappearing and shrinking middle class of our country. The billionaires of America are on the warpath. They want more and more and more. And that has everything to do with this agreement reached between the Republicans and the president. Mr. President, in 2007, the top 1% of all income earners in the United States made 23.5% of all income. Let me repeat that. Top 1% earned over 23% of all income. That is more than the bottom 50%. 1% here, 50% here. But for the very, very wealthy in this country, that's apparently not enough. The percentage of income going to the top 1% nearly tripled since the 1970s. Now, all over this country, people are angry, they're frustrated. It's true in Vermont, I'm sure it's true in Virginia, it's true all over America. But one of the reasons that people are angry and frustrated is they're working incredibly hard. In the state of Vermont, where I represent, I can tell you, there are people who don't work one job, they don't work two jobs, there are people who are working 3 jobs and 4 jobs trying to cobble together an income in order to support their families. And I suspect that goes on all across the country. But people are working harder and harder. In many cases, their income is going down. And the fact is that 80% standard of living, in many cases, actually going down. 80% of all income in recent years has gone to the top 1%. Richest people become much richer, middle class shrinks, millions of Americans fall out of the middle class into poverty. But that is not apparently enough. Our friends at the top who have a religious ferocity in terms of greed, they need more and they need more. It's like an addiction. 50 million is not enough. They need 100 million. 100 million is not enough. They need a billion. Billion is not enough. I'm not quite sure how much they need. When will it stop? Today, in terms of wealth as opposed to income, the top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. You know, Mr. President, we went to school and we used to read in the textbooks about Latin America, for example, and they used to refer to some of the countries there as what they call banana republics, countries in which a handful of families control the economic and political life of the nation. Well, I don't want to get the American people too upset, but we are not all that far away from that reality today. Top 1% has seen a tripling of the percentage of income they earn since 1970s. Top 1% owning 23% of all income, more than the bottom 50%. Top 1% now owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. That's not the foundation of a democratic society. That's the foundation for an oligarchic society. But, hey, rich get richer, middle class shrinks, poverty increases. Apparently that is not good enough yet for some of the richest people in this country. And I say some of the richest, because there are a lot of folks there who have a lot of money who do love this country, who do want to do the right thing. They're not into greed, but there are some who want more. That's what they need. For example, and this I think galls me and I think galls many of the people in this country, the horrendous recession that we're in right now, where millions and millions of people have lost their jobs, they've lost their savings, they've lost their homes. This recession is caused by the greed and recklessness and illegal behavior. Let me underline it, I'll talk about more of this later. The illegal behavior on Wall Street. So these guys, through their greed, resulted in the most severe economic recession since the Great Depression. The American people bailed them out, and now 2 years after the bailout, guess what? They are giving themselves more compensation than they ever have. So they're saying to the American people, sorry we caused this recession because of our greed. Sorry you're unemployed. Sorry you lost your house. But you know what? That's not really all that important. What's important is that I, on Wall Street, continue to get tens of millions of dollars in compensation and in bonuses. That I have big parties. How can I get by on one house? I need 5 houses, 10 houses. I need 3 jet planes to take me all over the world. Sorry, the American people. We've got the money. We've got the power. We've got the lobbyists here on Wall Street. Tough luck. That's the world. Get used to it. Rich get richer. Middle class shrinks. Not enough. Not enough. The very rich seem to want more and more and more, and they are prepared to dismantle the existing political and social order in order to get it. So you got economics and distribution of income and wealth is one thing, but then we're talking about politics. And what happened last year is, I think most Americans know, is the Supreme Court made a very strange decision. The Supreme Court decided that corporations are people. They're people, and they have the right of free speech, and they have the right without disclosure. All of this is through the Citizens United Supreme Court decision, that corporate heads can put as much money as they want into campaigns all over the country. In the last campaign, that's what we saw. Billionaires, in secret, just pouring money into campaigns all over this country. Now, does that sound like democracy to anybody in America? They got a handful of billionaires probably dividing up the country. Oh, we'll put this amount of money into Virginia and Vermont, California, wherever. they then do is use it to elect people who support them, to unelect people who oppose their agenda, and they use their political power to get legislation passed which makes the wealthy even wealthier. Mr. President, one of the manifestations of that is, in fact, the agreement reached between the President and the Republican leadership. The wealthy contribute huge sums of money into campaign. The wealthy have all kinds of lobbyists around here, as the corporate America, and what they are going to get out of this agreement are huge, huge tax breaks that benefit themselves. And that is not what we should be supporting. As I mentioned earlier, we should understand that this legislation, this agreement, is really just the beginning of an assault on legislation and programs that have benefited the American people for 70 or 80 years. Mark my words, there will be an intensive effort to privatize Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. Furthermore, as part of the Republican agenda, they want to expand, and it's not only Republicans here, I must say, some Democrats as well. They want to expand our disastrous trade policies so that large companies in this country can continue their efforts to outsource American jobs to China and other low-wage countries. I think any objective analysis of our trade policies have shown that it has been a grotesque failure for ordinary Americans. Hard to calculate exactly, but I think it is fair to say that we have lost millions of decent-paying jobs. During the Bush years alone, some 48,000 factories in this country shut down. We went from 19 million manufacturing jobs to 12 million manufacturing jobs. And in this country, historically, manufacturing jobs were the backbone of the working class of this country. That's how people made it into the middle class. That's how they had decent health care benefits, decent pensions. And every day, we're seeing those jobs disappear because corporate America would prefer to do business in China or other low-wage countries. I returned from a trip to Vietnam last year, beautiful country. People there work for 25, 30 cents an hour. Sometimes when you go to a store, you may see a shirt made in Bangladesh. That shirt, in all likelihood, is made by a young girl who came in from the countryside into the city, one of the factories there. Now, the good news is that in Bangladesh, the minimum wage a number of months ago was doubled. Minimum wage in Bangladesh was doubled. It went from 11 cents an hour to 23 cents an hour. Are American workers going to be able to compete against desperate people who make 23 cents an hour? So my view, and I think it reflects the views of the American people, is that of course we want to see the people of Bangladesh and the people of China do well. But they don't have to do well at the expense of the American middle class. We do not have to engage in a race to the bottom. Our goal is to bring them up, not us down. But one of the results of our disastrous trade policies is that in many instances, wages in the United States have gone down. I believe that in the coming months, you're going to see an intensification of efforts to expand unfettered free trade. I think that will be a continuation of a disastrous policy for American workers. Chase. Over the past 5 years, Mr. Diamond, who is the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, received $89 million in total compensation. A bank that we now know received hundreds of billions in low-interest loans and other financial assistance from the Federal Reserve and the Treasury Department. Mr. Diamond received $89 million in total compensation. His bank was bailed out big time by the taxpayers. But under the legislation that the president negotiated with the Republicans, Mr. Diamond, and I use him just as one example for thousands, nothing personal to Mr. Diamond here, will receive $1.1 million in tax breaks. $1.1 million in tax breaks for a major CEO on Wall Street who over the last 5 years received $89 million in total compensation. Meanwhile, there is, just to contrast what's going on here, 2 days ago, Mr. President, I brought before the Senate legislation which would provide a $250 one-time check to over 50 million seniors and disabled veterans who for the last 2 years have not received a COLA on their Social Security. Many of those seniors and disabled vets are trying to get by on $14,000, $15,000, $18,000 a year. The total package for that bill is approximately $14 billion that would go out over 50 million seniors and disabled vets. We won that vote on the floor of the Senate 53 to 45. But just because you get 53 votes in the Senate doesn't really mean you win, because the Republicans filibustered. I needed 60 votes. I could not get 60 votes. I could not get one Republican vote to provide a $250 check to a disabled veteran trying to get by on $15,000 or $16,000 a year. But Mr. Diamond made $89 million in the last 5 years. Will get a $1 million tax deduction if this agreement is passed. Now that may make sense to some people. It does not make a lot of sense to me. And again, there are no particular knowledge, Adams. I don't know that I've ever met John Mack in my life. He is the CEO of Morgan Stanley. In 2006, he received a $40 million bonus, which at the time was the largest bonus ever given to a Wall Street executive. 2 years after receiving this bonus, Morgan Stanley received some $2 trillion in low-interest loans and billions from the Treasury Department. Instead of losing his job under this agreement, Mr. Mack will be receiving an estimated $926,000 tax break next year. Congratulations, Mr. Mack, you're doing just fine. Couldn't get $250 for a disabled vet. Mr. President, over the past 5 years, Ken Lewis, the former CEO of Bank of America, received over $165 million in total compensation. In 2008, Bank of America received hundreds of billions in taxpayer-backed loans from the Fed and a $45 billion bailout from the Treasury Department. What will Mr. Lewis receive if the agreement negotiated between the President and the Republicans goes forth? He will get a $713,000 tax cut. And on it goes. I didn't mean to specifically pick on these guys. They'll be some of the wealthiest people in the country will be receiving a $1 million plus tax break. And so we as a nation have got to decide whether or not that makes a lot of sense. I think it doesn't. President, let me mention that just a couple of weeks ago, the Federal Reserve, published on their website some 21,000 transactions that took place during the Wall Street meltdown period. And that disclosure was made possible as part of a provision that I put into the financial reform bill because I thought it was important that the American people, for the first time, lift the veil of secrecy at the Fed and get a sense of the kind of money that was lent out by the Fed and who received that money. Now, what's very interesting is that the American people and the media have focused on the $700 billion Wall Street bailout, now known as TARP. Now, I happen to have voted against that agreement, but in fairness, that agreement was pretty transparent. The Treasury Department put up on their website all of those people who received, all of those banks and financial institutions who received the money. If you want to know where the money went, it's right up there on the Treasury Department's website. But at the same time, a bigger transaction was taking place than TARP, which got relatively little attention, and that was the role that the Fed was playing in terms of the Wall Street bailout. While the TARP issue was being debated during that period, Ben Bernanke, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Tim Geithner, who was then the president of the New York Fed, and a handful of other very powerful people were sitting behind closed doors, getting ready to lend out trillions, underlined trillions, of taxpayer dollars to large financial institutions and corporations with no debate going on in Congress. No debate whatsoever. Now, on March 3rd, 2009, and I'm a member of the Budget Committee, the Senate Budget Committee, I asked the Fed Chairman, Mr. Bernanke, to tell the American people the names of the financial institutions that received this unprecedented backdoor bailout from the Fed, how much they received, and the exact terms of this assistance. And I will never forget that. I asked Mr. Bernanke for that information. He said, Senator, nope, not going to give it to you. Not going to make it public. Well, on that day, I introduced legislation to make that information public, working with a number of members of the House and the Senate. Some strange bedfellows, very conservatives, progressives came together on this issue. We managed to get into the Wall Street reform bill a disclosure provision. And just on December 1st, last week, that information was made public. And let me talk a little bit about what was in that information made public by the Fed. After years of stonewalling, the American people have learned the incredible and jaw-dropping details of the Fed's multi-trillion dollar bailout of Wall Street and corporate America, not just Wall Street. One of the things that we learned. As a result of this disclosure,
Bear Kinsey is cool.
what we learned,
They're not.
Congress has got to take
Hey,
a
man.
very extensive look at all aspects.
Hey, it's so weird. It's still ringing, but I can hear you.
And how we can make our financial institutions more responsive to the needs of ordinary Americans.
Oh, there it goes. She's really tired. She's taking a nap.
From the disclosure of December 1st.
But I'm drinking some beer.
On an examination of over
So,
Yes, good.
separate Federal Reserve
I think, I don't know if I want to do ED3 right now, but I might train at the Grotworms.
Have you done a quest called Jack of Trades?
Jack of all trades.
Yeah, the Jack of Trades.
That I'm not sure.
You should check because if you do it, it gives you access to this person, the gullible terror, the gullible tourist that Duck was talking about. You don't need any thieving you don't need any thieving requirement at all. But even if you have it, it's like super good XP, and there's a chance you get an onyx gem, which is worth like a lot of money. So you could just sit here and click over and over again.
What's the quest called?
Jack of Trades, the Jack of Trades, or
The
it in the quest list it's called Jack of Trades, comma the.
Okay. I'm on my phone, so
Oh, okay.
I like playing on the phone too, because
Yeah.
it's just really cool.
I wish I could. I would if I could.
Oh, Jack of Spades.
Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Diamond in the Rough is required, which is that's a quest, right?
Yeah. It's super easy though. I did that one on my Iron Man.
Talk to Emir Ali in Al-Khared's place. Quest series in age, Ozon number 3, 5th age. No combat, difficulty is novice, short to medium. Rewards 500 agility, 500 construction, 500 dungeoneering. Ooh, that's pretty good. 500 thieving, XP. We could do that, or we could get me, let's see.
Those tokens.
Yeah.
You want to do dungeoneering?
Chaotic.
I'll do dungeoneering with you.
Yeah, let's just do me and you, though.
Okay. But can I rush you through it, or do you want to do the work?
Oh. Well, I guess we can do 5. People can do it for me.
Yeah, let's just grind it out quick, cause then we can just do a few larges and you'll have it. I think we set you up for larges too.
Okay. Bring it here, bring it here. Here, let me see it. Did that fix it? Come here, butthole.
Dude, I'm 42 thieving right now.
Already? Nice.
Yeah, cause the gullible tourist is like super good.
Hell yeah.
She like never catches you, and you get 30 XP every time. It's like
not for
it's like Master Farmer on steroids, and you don't need any requirements except for the quest.
Oh, right on. So, hey, let's see. I need to put everything in the bank.
There's a bank at Demonheim.
Yeah, I'm already at it. Dude, Duck is fucking awesome, dude.
I know, he's a cool fucking dude, man. I'm always impressed with him. He's smart and generous, and he's a good
Dude,
guy.
he gave me fucking... Dude, he gave me those... Hold on, let me see how much those are worth.
Probably a stupidly high number, because I think they're going to give you 99 ranged.
300... Hold on. Oh, shit. Did you drop it? Here, don't drop that, please.
While virtually no American-made cars or products of any kind are bought in Japan, I think the American people would be shocked to learn that the Fed extended over $380 billion to the Central Bank of Japan to bail out banks in that country.
I can't tell how much they're worth.
American people are interested to know that the Fed bailed out the Korea Development Bank.
Yeah, but this I don't know where it is in mobile version.
Purchasing over $2 billion
Oh, okay. That's fine. Maybe later.
of the Korea Development Bank.
But dude, they're like excellent bolts, probably.
How many do you have?
The national economy
300.
Alright, I'm gonna shit, because I'm curious.
against South Korea, wish the South Korea
They're called.
but it should not be the taxpayers of the
Oh, wait a
United
second.
States lending their bank States of America. At the same
Dude,
time,
he gave me like
the Fed also
30,
extended
or no, he gave me like
$40
$300,000 worth.
to the Central Bank of South Korea so
300,
that it had enough money
300,000 worth.
to bail out
That's
its
real. That's
billionaires.
really generous.
Now, Mr. President,
That's really nice of him.
small businesses
Yeah, dude.
all over this country, in Vermont, all
Better-
over this country, cannot get the loans they need to expand their businesses.
If you made an Iron Man account, you could join his clan.
Find it extremely, I don't know what the word is, maybe amusing that the Fed bailed out
But you probably need to finish that account first, because Iron Mans are hard.
on Varia by purchasing over $2.2 billion of its commercial paper.
Are you there, Justin?
Furthermore, when we cannot get support on the floor of this Senate to extend unemployment benefits to millions of Americans who are on the verge of seeing them expire,
I can't hear you.
I find it incomprehensible that the Fed chose to bail out the Arab Banking Corporation based in Bahrain by providing them with over $23 billion in loans with an interest rate as low as 1/4 of 1%. So small businessmen all over America, maybe you better run to Bahrain and work with the Arab Banking Corporation there. You get some pretty good loans. But it would be a nice thing, I think, if maybe the Fed would start to pay attention to banks in this country.
Hey, what happened?
Furthermore, the Fed extended over $9.6 billion
Oh.
to the Central Bank of Mexico. Now, what's interesting about all of this
You want to play outside?
is
Okay.
that we had a very
I feel really bad about Vinny's head, man.
and in the House over the $700 billion TARP program. Every person in America
Play outside.
turn on C-SPAN and hear that debate. Hear what
Okay, I'll be
President
out in a
Bush
second.
had to say,
Okay, I'll be out in a little bit.
Senator Obama
Go
had to
play.
say, Senator
Okay, I'm
McCain
coming
had
in
to
a
say.
little
So
bit.
it's all pretty public. But what
I'm gonna hang out in here with Vinny. You go play, okay?
in fact amounted to a
I'll
larger
play in a little
program
bit.
was done behind closed doors. Over 3
But yeah, I think the first step is gonna be to try to use that Smile website to get the discount and just buy it. Just pay for it and get it started. After that,
That's what I was gonna say, because I mean, over time, maybe somebody could help us pay for pay
yeah.
for what we paid for.
Yeah. What you do is you say what you paid and what your position is or whatever. Or maybe you don't even tell them that you paid for it already. I don't know. Well, I don't know how it works. You just tell them how much it costs and ask for help and see if they can help you, you know what I mean? And then if it gets paid back over time, that's great. If it doesn't, well, at least you tried.
Yeah, because we want to buy a house, and this is gonna stop us. This would stop us from buying a house.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. If I wasn't arrested, wrongfully arrested, we would have been able to buy either an RV or a house.
sitting there at the New York Fed who are
Yeah.
beneficiaries of this bailout. And that is just an issue that we've got to explore. And I should tell you, Mr. President, that as part of
Give me 1 second, please. I'm helping Vinny.
Reform bill, the GAO is in fact doing just that.
Hold on, Mrs. Buddy.
Possible conflicts of interest.
Mrs. Buddy, hold on, please. Hold on, plucks.
That the American people are asking as they
Hold on,
read about,
plucks.
what the Fed did
Let's
during
get another beer.
the crisis is whether or not the Fed has now become
Dada needs to relax. Shit.
without any debate on the floor of the United States Senate or the
We have a shit ton of alcohol in our house, dude.
Hell yeah, dude. That's fucking positive, man.
Yeah, dude.
That'll keep you going for at least another year.
in bringing disclosure
Yeah,
and
dude.
transparency to the Fed, that one of the things that will come will be more transparency at the Fed.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go outside with Kinsey, but I want to play my phone outside.
Okay, asshole.
Okay.
As I indicated a moment ago, the Fed said
Hello.
that
Oh yeah, I was talking to you. I guess you couldn't hear me because I was overlapping you.
the world economy
Oh, okay. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna take my headphones off real quick. I'm gonna bring Vinny outside.
All right.
BRB.
Okay.
Their homes, their life savings, and their ability to send their kids to college. Meanwhile, huge banks, large corporations have returned to making incredible profits and paying their executives record-breaking compensation packages as if the financial crisis they started never occurred. What this recent disclosure tells us, among many other things, is that despite this huge taxpayer bailout, the Fed did not make the appropriate demands on these financial institutions, which would have been necessary to rebuild our economy and protect the needs of ordinary Americans. In other words, what they simply did is give out billions and billions of dollars, which were used in the self-interests of these financial institutions, rather than saying the American people who are hurting are bailing you out, and now that we bailed you out, your responsibility is to do what you can do to create jobs and to improve the standard of living of the people, many of whose lives you have severely impacted. And let me just give you a few examples of what could have been done and what should be done. At a time when big banks have nearly $1 trillion in excess reserves parked at the Fed has not required these institutions to increase lending to small and medium-sized businesses as a condition of the bailout. In other words, instead of just giving money to the Fed, instead of the Fed just giving money to these financial institutions,
Hey, Justin.
money in order to get it into the economy. Start providing affordable loans to small businesses. President, at a time when large corporations are more profitable than ever, the Fed did not demand that corporations that received this backdoor bailout create jobs and expand the economy once they return to profitability. So what's going on in America? Unemployment officially at 9.8, in real sense probably at 15-16%. Wall Street is now doing fine. A few years ago, Wall Street earned some 40% of all profits in America. They're doing great. But what the Fed should have done and should do now is to tell Wall Street, you're part of the economy. You're not an isolated area just living for yourselves. You've got to be part of the productive economy. You got to lend out money to small businesses to start
Hello.
creating.
Hey, man.
President,
Hey. Vinny's getting squirmy.
Okay. Dude, I was reading online, and it said that doctors will tell you to give your baby, like, what was it, like 5 minutes of tummy time a day or something like that? Or, no, 5-minute sessions or whatever, but if he has severe, then they said you can have him do tummy time for longer, and that will help take the pressure off.
Dude,
in other words,
Caitlin does it
did the Fed give
a long time with him.
Oh, okay. Cool.
to a bank?
Yeah, she does tummy time all the time with him.
Treasury security at 2 or 3%.
Okay, cool.
Profit margin, and that is nothing but corporate welfare. The goal of the bailout was not to make Wall Street richer,
I think I'm in your world, dude.
expand our economy and put people.
No, you hop to my world, and then I hop to another new world.
Furthermore, Mr.
Oh,
President,
here.
you know, as part of the TARP agreement, there was an effort.
Okay, baby.
This sucks because all the information about it is about babies that are just a few months old.
Yeah, he's 5 months old, so.
Yeah, like all the information about babies that are like 1 to 5, or like 1 to 5, or 1 to 4.
Put limitations on executive compensation.
Yeah.
Play the role of allowing some of the large financial institutions to pay back the TARP money, use the Fed money, and then continue with their very, very high executive compensation. Don't know that. It is worth investigating.
I feel like he can look. I feel like his neck muscle is better. Like
But I have
he
worked on for a number of years.
he always looks straight now. I feel like he does, and it's just his since he was on that side a lot, it just shaped his head flat.
Yeah.
But I feel like the exercises are really helping a lot.
Yeah. I see a lot of homemade helmets online.
Really?
Yeah. They've got like cushion and stuff in them. Apply probably a small amount of pressure. Corey's calling me. Give me 1 second.
25-30% interest rates.
All right.
That is getting blood out of a stone. And yet, many of the credit card companies were bailed out by the taxpayers of this country. What the Fed must do is say to those companies, sorry, you can't continue to rip off the American people and charge them 25 or 30% interest rates. Now, as it happens, the four largest banks in this country, which are Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Citigroup, issue half of all mortgages in this country. Four huge financial institutions issue half of all mortgages in this country. Now that unto itself is a huge problem. They issue half of all mortgages, 2/3 of all.
Okay. Are you ready, Justin?
Yeah. If people are making it, there must be I feel like that's telling me something.
What do you mean? That like you can make one?
Yeah, there's got to be a reason why people are doing it. Like
because the insurance company isn't paying.
I mean, like I think they figured out how they're doing it, and they're doing it for themselves.
Maybe.
Issue half of all mortgages in this country. Four banks issue 2/3 of the credit cards, half of the mortgages.
Torticollis.
We bail these financial institutions out. Don't they have some responsibility? Some responsibility to the American
You picking your nose.
How many more Americans could have remained in their homes if the Fed required those bailed out banks to reduce mortgage payments as a condition of receiving these secret loans? In terms of the interest rates on credit cards, a lot of people don't know this. But right now, the banks are able to charge as much as they want to charge, but in fact, credit unions are not. Right now, we are looking at a situation where over 1/4 of all credit card holders in this country are now paying interest rates above 20%, and in some cases as high as 79%.
Are you not ready yet, Chico?
And in my view, Mr. President, when credit card companies charge over 20% interest, they are not engaged in the business of making credit available to their customers. They are involved in extortion and loan sharking. Nothing essentially different than gangsters who charge outrageously high prices for their loans and who break kneecaps when their victims can't afford to pay them. So that's where we are right now. I get calls, and I'm sure every other senator gets calls. Constituents who are really upset. They're going deeper and deeper into debt because they can't pay 25 or 30% interest rates on their credit cards. We bailed out the credit card companies. There was no provision that said, stop ripping
All right.
the American people. Stop these companies from committing usury. And we are working on legislation which would
Yeah.
say to these private banks,
His head is considered
not
very
to charge
severe.
any more money for the credit that they provide than do the credit unions. It's going to be a tough fight because the lobbyists from Wall Street
It's not
are all
painful
over
or
this
anything.
place. Wall
It's
Street
just
spends
shaped
huge amounts
severely.
of money in campaign contributions, and it's going to be tough. But I think we need to pass that. I think the Fed needs to be much more active in terms of what kind of interest rates credit card companies should be paying. Mr. President,
Yeah.
I'm going to focus a lot, obviously, on an agreement reached between the President and the Republican leadership that I think does not serve the American people well. And one of the areas, as I mentioned earlier, where I think we can do a
Shit,
lot
he's
better
getting restless.
addressing
I think he might need a diaper change.
I think you're gonna have time because I don't have a group yet.
the kinds of money we need
Okay, I'm
in
gonna
our
change his diaper real quick.
infrastructure.
I'll be right back, okay?
According to the American Society of Civil Engineers, they graded America's roads, public transit, and aviation with a D and said that we must invest $2.2 trillion over the next 5 years simply to get a passable condition precedent. Unfortunately, in the agreement struck between the President and the Republican leadership, to the best of my knowledge, not one nickel is going into investing in our infrastructure. And let me tell you why we need to invest in infrastructure. A, that's where you can create the millions of jobs that we desperately need in order to get us out of this recession. But second of all, we need to invest in infrastructure because if we don't, we will become less and less competitive internationally. According to the National Surface Transportation Policy and Revenue Study Commission, $225 billion is needed annually for the next 50 years to upgrade our surface transportation system to a state of good repair and create a more advanced system. The Federal Highway Administration reports that $130 billion must be invested annually for a 20-year period to improve our bridges and the operational performance of our highways. At present, Mr. President, 1 in 4 of the nation's bridges are either structurally deficient or functionally obsolete. 1 in 4 of our bridges are either structurally deficient or functionally obsolete. And yet, in this agreement struck by the President and the Republican leadership, to the best of my knowledge, not one nickel is going into our infrastructure. We need to invest in our infrastructure. We need to improve our infrastructure. And when we do that, we can create millions of jobs. Mr. President, the Federal Transit Administration says that $22 billion must be invested annually for a 20-year period to improve conditions and performances for our major transit system. In my state of Vermont, the situation is no different than in the rest of the country. We can create jobs building the buses, building the vans that we need, making it easier, cheaper for workers in rural America to get to work. Urban area, not different. Subways, New York City, Chicago, right here in Washington, D.C., are in disrepair. Let's improve, let's expand. Our public transportation system makes America run better, makes us more efficient, makes us more productive, more competitive, and it creates jobs now. Not one nickel, as far as I can understand, has been invested in our infrastructure in this agreement. Mr. President, the United States invests just 2.4% of GDP in infrastructure. 2.4%. Twice that amount. And here is something that I think every American should be keenly aware of and very worried about. I don't have to tell anybody that the Chinese economy is exploding every single day in almost every way. In China, they are investing almost 4 times or 9% of GDP annually in their infrastructure. Years ago, I was in Shanghai, in China. I was coming from the airport to downtown as part of a congressional delegation.
Okay, hold on.
And while we were on the bus coming in, my wife noticed something. She says, "What was that?" There was a blur that went right by the window. I, of course, didn't notice it. Turned out that blur was an experimental train that they were working on, high-speed rail, which is now operational there, but is similar prototypes are being developed all over the world. So here we are, the United States of America, which for so many years has led the world in so many ways. Now you're seeing a newly developing country like China, high-speed rail all over their country, productive and efficient, and our cities, our subways are breaking down.
I'm gonna have to mute you, Justin.
Hundreds of miles an hour. This is the United States of America.
Let me know when I can unmute you.
We can rebuild our rail system, make our country more efficient, and create jobs. Mr. President, China invested $186 billion in rail from 2006 through 2009, and according to the New York Times, within 2 years, they will open 42 new high-speed rail lines with trains reaching speeds of 200 miles an hour. That's China. So I think, Mr. President, if China can do it, the United States of America can do it. That's the way to rebuild America, make us stronger, and create jobs. By 2020, China plans to add 26,000 additional miles of tracks for freight and travel, as well as 230,000 miles of new or improved roads, and 97 new airports. 97 new airports. Anybody in America have the same problem that I have when you go to the airport and you're waiting on lines and you have to deal with all of the problems of older airports? China's building 97 new ones. We're not. We're not. And if we are going to be effective in the international economy, if our kids are going to have decent jobs, it's high time that we woke up and began investing in our infrastructure. So that is not only to improve the long-term strength of America, our economic prowess, but it is also to create jobs right now when we desperately need to do that. But unfortunately, in this bill, this tax agreement between the president and the Republican leadership, there are many, many billions of dollars going into tax breaks for corporations, but there is not a whole lot of money. In fact, there's $0 going into rebuilding our infrastructure. And similarly, and I know there's been debate just yesterday on this issue, there may be a small breakthrough here, small breakthrough. But I don't have to, again, tell Americans, least of all the people in the state of Vermont, about what happens when the weather gets cold and you're forced to pay very high prices for heating oil. The time is long overdue for us to make the investments that we need to transform our energy system away from coal, away from oil. We are spending as a nation, and everybody in America's got to appreciate this. We're spending $350 billion every single year, $1 billion a day roughly, importing oil from Saudi Arabia and from other foreign countries in order to make our economy go and in order to keep people warm. $350 billion a year. And let me be very clear. The royal family of Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is our major source of oil, they are doing just fine. Don't worry about the royal family of Saudi Arabia. They got zillions and zillions of dollars. Maybe it's a good idea that we move to energy independence, that we broke our dependence on fossil fuel, that we became far more energy efficient, which, by the way, investing in public transportation certainly will do. And we move to such sustainable energies as wind, solar, geothermal, biomass. And by the way, guess what? That's what China is doing. Many of the solar panels that are coming into this country, not made in the United States of America, made in China. They're big wind turbines. So I think, Mr.
Hey, man.
President, that the time is now
Go on, go.
for us
I had to make me a bottle and shit.
infrastructure and create the jobs that
Okay.
we're desperately doing. Again,
Sorry, love you.
despite the enormous needs, infrastructural needs in this country, this
Justin, do you know where I learned where Saudi Arabia spends $1 billion a day on oil? Or we spend $1 billion a day on oil from Saudi Arabia?
No.
Bernie Sanders' filibuster that he did.
and building solar panels,
Hmm.
moving toward solar.
Yeah, even though I don't agree with him, I can still learn information from what he's saying and use it against him.
Some of the best solar exposure in the
Yeah.
entire world. There are estimates that just in the solar
It's basically him
southwest
exposing
country
things to
on
get
federal
in the
level
presidency.
Yeah, when you listen to the way someone talks, you can learn what angle they're coming from. You can learn why they're saying what they're saying and what the benefit of it is, and you also get new information that you didn't know before.
Around here is massive investments to create jobs, make us energy independent, clean up the
Yeah.
environment, deal with the huge
Whenever
greenhouse gas emissions which are contributing to global warming. That's a win-win-win situation.
I can tell when somebody's lying and when somebody's not lying.
Yeah. Dude, I just invented a new item. Well, I mean, RuneScape invented it, but I just unlocked a new invention item.
And I would want to tell you something, Mr. President.
What's the item?
It's called a dungeoneering simulator. So it simulates another person in a dungeon and gives you the XP that you would have gotten for 5 players, even if you only have 4.
Make a long speech about BP and what they've done in Louisiana, etc.
You invented it?
But I want to
Well, I used the invention skill to unlock it, but RuneScape invented it, I guess.
our friends at ExxonMobil, and ExxonMobil has
Interesting.
Yeah, but I can unlock that, and then we'll be able to.
in the history of the world,
We can run a 5-man large with just 4 people, so you'll be able to help more.
they only made
Okay.
$19 billion in profit. Mr. President, based on $19 billion,
Oh yeah.
I'd be surprised to know that ExxonMobil not only paid
Did you already do a dungeon?
taxes, they got
No, I'm unlocking, or I'm building some of these. I'm building party simulators, so that we can use them.
working in an office, working in a factory, you're earning $30, $40, $50, $60,000 a year, you pay taxes.
Right on.
But if you are ExxonMobil,
Oh yeah.
and you made $19 billion in taxes, in profits last year, not only did you not pay any taxes this year, you had a $156 million return. That's pretty good, I think.
I just learned how to make enchanted note paper.
President, it's not just the
Enchanted
oil
note?
companies
Enchanted note paper, yeah.
not pay their fair share of taxes. I'm getting into
Is it hard?
Well, you have to have like 96 invention.
or try to understand why we have
Can't you sell those for a lot?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I think so.
responsibility.
What's your invention level?
96.
2008, the general accounting
Invention is a skill that once you unlock it, it sort of levels itself up. You don't really have to do anything but spend a bunch of fucking money.
corporations in the United States paid no federal income taxes
Yeah.
between 1998
And do some admittedly confusing shit. Ooh, I just hit 97. Engineering.
$0.7 trillion national debt.
Nicely done.
Thanks, man.
Yale report published in August of 2008, 2 out of every 3 corporations in the United States paid no federal income taxes between 1998 and 2005. Amazingly, these corporations
Be
had
careful over there, Kinzo.
$2.5 trillion in sales, but paid no income taxes to the IRS. Furthermore, according to a report from Citizens for Tax Justice, 82 Fortune 500 companies in America, I guess that's 82 out of 500, paid 0 or less in federal income taxes in
I could just go do
from 2001 to 2000.
story mode of the ed3.
From Citizens
I don't know if you get tokens for that.
Justice report goes on to say, and I quote,
What?
in the years
Yeah.
they paid no income tax, these companies earned $102 billion in U.S. profits. But instead of paying
That's dumb.
$35.6 billion
Oh, yeah.
as the stipend,
But I have 21 Dungeoneering simulators now. So I'm on my way back to Dungeoneering. So now we can just find 2 people.
that they received
Alright, let me see if Vinny's asleep. Okay.
checks
Okay.
from the U.S. Treasury totaling $12.6 billion. That's from the Citizens for Tax Justice. So, Mr. President, when we take a comprehensive look at what is going on in this country, why we have a
What do you need help with?
$13.7 trillion national debt,
What do you need?
it is terribly important to understand that while the
What with
middle
what,
class gets
Kenzie?
its share of taxes, there are many, many, many large
Alright,
corporations
Vinny's asleep. He was
that
tired.
not only are paying nothing in taxes, they are getting rebates from the federal government. I'm going to go on to this at greater length later on. But as a member of the Budget Committee, I can tell you. We
Kenzie,
discussed
play.
quite often
Come here.
about
Come here.
how every single year,
Can you come here, please?
corporate interests and wealthy individuals
Justin, we have a couple teammates now.
huge amounts of money
Alright.
in tax havens in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and other countries in order to avoid
I opened
paying
invitation, but it did.
their taxes in the United States of America. These are American corporations turning their backs on the American people, saying, as Mrs. Helmsley said so many years ago, I guess many of you remember, only smart people pay taxes. Only the
There it
working
goes.
stiffs out there pay taxes. If you're a large corporation, you got a good lawyer, you know what you do. Good accountant. Invest your money in the Cayman Islands and in Bermuda. You don't have to
Okay.
pay American taxes, but by
Even the dungeon ring.
as the disclosure
I guess you can keep that one up.
indicated, no problem, you get bailed out.
I don't have anything else in my bank in my inventory.
Just click
Oh.
deposit all equipment and
Oh, I know what it is.
On and on and on it goes. The rich
Alright, now
and
we can
large
go.
corporations get richer. The CEOs earn huge compensation packages.
I deposited everything.
When things get bad, don't worry. Uncle Sam and the American taxpayers are here to bail you out. But when you are in trouble, well, we just can't afford to help you if you're the working
Yeah, I
class
pressed all
or
4 of the
middle
buttons at the
class
bottom.
in this country. Mr. President, I want to return for a moment to the agreement that the President and the Republican leadership negotiated. Because I think that is the issue that all of America is now talking about. President, Republican leadership says it's a good deal. Democrats in the House yesterday said, wait a second. Doesn't look to us like it's a good deal. In fact, we don't even want to bring it up to the floor of the House. tell you that here in the Senate there are a number of us, I don't know how many, who say, wait a second,
Oh,
this ain't a good deal for
Kenzie,
the middle
put those
class,
back, please.
not a good deal for our kids, not a good deal for workers. We can negotiate a better deal.
Thank
And the
you. Put
reason
those back,
we
please.
are trying to delay passage of this agreement, and I hope very much it doesn't have the votes here, is we want the American people to stand up and say, wait a second, it makes no sense to us to be giving huge
Is it
tax
still not
breaks
working because of me?
to the richest people in this country.
No, somebody got sick of waiting and fucking left right when I was about to go inside.
National debt so that our kids could pay more in taxes in order to pay that debt off.
Oh.
This is a transfer of wealth. It's Robin Hood in reverse. We're taking from the middle class and working
Kenzie, come here.
families, and we're giving it to the wealthiest people in this country. So, Mr. President, I believe that the agreement struck between the
What's
President
wrong?
and the Republican leadership is a bad deal. Some good parts to it, but by and large, it is not a good deal. We
Can you
do
sit
better.
down on this chair with
And if
Dada?
the American people stand up and work with us, if they get on the phones, if they call up their senators, they call up their congressmen,
What
if
is
they make their
star,
voices
star,
heard
star, please?
and said enough is enough, the richest
Fuck it, please. Like, let's just do it with 3 people.
bottom 1% earns
Oh.
83.5% of all income, more than the bottom 50%, that it is absurd that we continue to bail out people who do not need any help. We're doing just fine. So, Mr. President, I am here to take a stand against this bill. And I'm going to do everything I can to defeat this bill. And I'm
Huh?
going to tell my colleagues.
Do your best to open doors since there's only 3 of us, you know what I mean? You can actually do stuff now.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just tick off some of the reasons why I think that this bill does not serve the best interest of the disappearing middle class of this country. And I should tell you, Mr. President, I don't know what kind of telephone calls you're getting from Colorado, but I can tell you that in the last 3 days alone, according to my front desk staff, both here in Washington and Vermont, I think we're over 5,000
Take your sock off.
telephone calls and emails.
Kenzie,
And
do
well
it.
over 98% of those messages are against
Kenzie, do it.
this agreement. And I don't know to what
Kenzie
degree
needs
it's
to be
indicative
good
of what's going on all
girls.
over this country, but I suspect it is not radically different in other states. I think the American people are saying $13.8 trillion national debt. Let's not give tax breaks to billionaires driving
Go get your
tax
shoes.
debt, force our kids to pay more in taxes, and at the same time have Republicans come forward and start slashing Medicare.
They're
Medicaid,
gone. There's
Social
no more
Security
flowers.
because of this large debt that we are making larger. And I appeal to my conservative friends. I'm not a
I
conservative,
know.
but many conservatives have spent their entire political careers saying we cannot afford
There's no
to
more
up
flowers.
the national debt. It's unsustainable. I agree with that. So vote against this agreement because it is driving up the national debt. And in a significant way, it is doing that
Please
by
listen
giving
to him.
tax breaks to
Please
people who
listen to
absolutely
him.
don't need it. Once again, for those people who are earning $1 million a year or more, they on average,
Kenzie,
are
listen
getting
to
about
him.
$100,000 a year
Kenzie,
in tax
listen
relief.
to him.
People earning $100 million a year, that number is going to be a lot higher. Who believes that makes any sense at all?
There's your
Mr.
wiggle
President,
worm.
let me give you some other reasons
Do you play with your wiggle
why
worm?
I think this agreement is a bad agreement. The president says, well, yes, we are going to extend
Okay, play with your wiggle worm.
for all, including the top 2%. But don't worry, it's only going to be for 2 years. Not to worry, only going to be for 2 years. Well, maybe that will be the case, but you know what? I doubt that very much. I've been here in Congress long enough to know that if you extend a tax break, it is very, very hard to undo that extension. Because if we can't do it now, if we can't tell our Republican colleagues that it is absurd to continue giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires, if we can't do it now, what makes you think we're going to do it in the midst of a
Okay, I
presidential
don't need
election?
that, baby.
And I have to say that as somebody who admires and likes the president. The president's a friend of mine.
Thank you.
His credibility has been severely damaged. He's going to go forward, and if he's the Democratic nominee, I suspect that he will say, well, yeah, I extended
Okay.
it for 2 years against my will, but don't worry. I'm going to repeal him after 2 years. Mr. President, you tell me who's going to believe him. His credibility has
Okay,
been
be the
severely
good girl.
damaged.
Okay,
We're
be the
caving in
good
on this
girl.
issue. We should not be. The polls show us the American people do not believe millionaires and billionaires need more taxes. If the calls to
Be
my
the blue one
office
and shake it all
are
around.
indicative of what's going on in this country, overwhelming opposition to that agreement. So what I'm saying here is that while the president says, don't worry, this is only temporary. Yeah, I don't like it, says the president. He's been
Yeah, no.
it's only 2 years. I have my doubts. I expect that in 2 years, if this agreement goes forward, it will be extended again. As you know, Mr. President, they want it 10 years of an extension
Okay.
for the rich. I have my strong suspicion that that is exactly what
You want to go inside?
may occur.
Okay, go ahead.
And this country cannot afford to
Okay,
give
I will in
tax
just a
rates to
second.
millionaires and billionaires and have the middle class
Please
pay
be
higher
nice
taxes
to
pay
me.
more. And I want to say also, Mr. President, that while a lot of attention has been focused on the personal income tax issue, that is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement continues the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends.
Little turd.
Meaning, let's be very clear about what this means. Meaning that
I'm talking
most
about
people
Kinzer.
make their living off of their investments. If you invest, if you earn dividends, will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than the average American.
I'm pretty sure somewhere there's a green diamond door.
I know, I remember seeing one, but I don't remember where I saw it.
Are not going to get paid 15%.
I was trying to look for that one.
Then folks
Yeah, I couldn't find it either.
who have capital gains and dividends. I think that that's
Forgot where the fuck
this
it was.
agreement extends those provisions. Furthermore, Mr. President, and this is a point that has got to be made over and over and over again. This agreement between the president and the Republicans lowers the estate tax rate to 35%. Under this agreement,
Alright,
the estate
I just found a
tax
key.
will decline to 35%. Under President Clinton, when the economy was much stronger,
MK.
the estate tax was 55%. Now, I know, Mr. President,
Are you tired of my shit?
Republicans have done a very good job in trying to convince the American people that this is a
I'm just
so-called
kidding,
death tax.
dude.
In every family in America, when a loved one dies, the family is going to have to pay 35%, 45%, 55%. I have had people in Burlington, Vermont coming up to me and say, what are you doing? I got $30,000 in the bank. I want to leave it to my kids. Why are you caught forcing?
I had a really weird
my
dream
kids
last
to pay
night
such a large tax? So let us be very, very
that
the Republicans have
me,
done
Kenzie,
a very
Vinny,
good
and
job
Caitlin were driving in a car,
totally
but Caitlin was
distorting
driving,
this issue. The
and
estate tax
we were
is
like in the
paid
pitch dark
only
middle of nowhere,
by the top
and
3
we were on this road
1%
with a bunch of
families
trees, and
in
it was like
America.
really dark,
If you are
and
in
we
the middle
passed
class,
these two
even
people
if
that
you
were in the
are
middle of the road,
modestly wealthy, even if
and
you're wealthy,
they
if
said,
you're poor,
"Hey,
you
aren't you
don't
gonna
pay
help
tax.
us?"
You don't pay
And then
a nickel
we
in
just kept
estate
going
tax
because we
when
didn't know who
somebody
they
from
were,
your family would have
and
died and leave you
they
without a nickel. This
started
applies
running really
not
fast
just to the
towards
rich,
us while we were
but
driving,
the
and I
very,
told Caitlin to go
very,
faster,
very rich.
but they still caught up to us,
So what the
and
Republicans have been
one of
arguing
them got on the back of the car,
for
and I told her
several
to
years
stop
now
so that they can
is they
fall
want to
off,
repeal the estate tax entirely.
and then
If they were successful in doing that, Mr.
and then
President, that would
the
mean
other person
increasing the national debt
ran,
by
like she was going at max
$1
speed,
trillion over a
and
10-year
the other
period.
person
How's
ran
that?
like right next to
And
her door,
all
opened
of
it,
the
and pulled her
benefits,
out,
all of the benefits go to the top
and
1%.
it
99.7%
stopped there.
of
And then the
people
next
do
part of the
not
dream,
gain
I don't
one
know
nickel.
why it stopped there, but
Now, what's
the
in this
next part, we were
agreement
going to
is
your
that
house,
what the
and
Republicans ideally want, which is a repeal of the
we were
tax
outside of your house, but it
entirely,
wasn't an
but
apartment or
what
anything. It was
they
like
do get
like a
is
freaky
a
looking house,
reduction
and
to
it was like really dark and
35% with an exemption
spooky. and you tapped my shoulder, and then you pointed to my other side so I can look at the other side, and I saw this weird figure next to me, and then I started.
Would add more than $1 trillion to the deficit over
That sounds spooky.
$1 trillion. Beneficiaries of it are just the very, very wealthy.
Vivid dreams like that are pretty cool.
Mr. President, let me give you an example of what the repeal of the estate tax would be. I'll read it right off of this chart right here. Sam Walton's family, and those are the heirs to the Walmart fortune, are worth an estimated $86.8 billion. The Walton family, one family, would receive an estimated $32.7 billion tax break if the estate tax was completely repealed. And this is what our Republican friends want. Now, this agreement between the president and Republicans certainly does not repeal the estate tax, but it does significantly lower the rates that the richest people, very richest people in this country, would have to pay. Mr. President, 2 days ago, I brought to the floor of the Senate a very simple piece of legislation, and I think how that legislation was treated speaks volumes about the debate that we're having now. This legislation said that with over 50 million senior citizens on Social Security and disabled vets, for the second year in a row not getting a cost of living adjustment, a COLA, over 50 million seniors on Social Security, disabled vets, not getting any COLA at all, despite the fact that their prescription drug costs are going up, their health care costs are going up. They got no COLA. And I said, you know, I think in these tough times, it is appropriate those folks, if we can't get them a COLA, 2% COLA, $250 check to all of our seniors, disabled vets. That's what we did, by the way, in the stimulus package. That's all. Over 50 million people, $250 check, cost our government about $14 billion. And yet, I could not get one Republican vote in support of that.
Hey, what happened, dude?
Say, my goodness, imagine a senior or disabled vet living on $15,000, $20,000 a year getting a $250 check. What an outrage! We have different priorities, they say. We want to give $1 million tax break to somebody who earns $50
That's
million
weird.
a year.
I'm like right by the router.
That about says it all. If you're very, very rich, good news is you're going to get more tax breaks. But if you're a senior or a disabled vet, we can't get you a $250 check. Now, I will say, Mr. President, that the vote here on the floor of the Senate was 53 people in favor of providing that one-time check, 45 against. 53 to 45. We won. But here in the Senate, majority does not rule. Republicans filibuster almost everything, and it required 60 votes. We didn't get the 60 votes. Seniors didn't get that check. I'm going to do my best to see that they do get it. We're going to bring that issue back and back.
Hey, so did you hear my dream?
Again. So I raised that issue, Mr. President, to tell you that one of the very
Okay, so
proposals in
after all of that, after we it ended for some reason. It just ended, and then we ended up at your house,
for the estate tax.
and
Now, there's another issue I want to touch
except
on.
your
I'm
house
gonna spend a
wasn't
long
an
time
apartment. It
on
was
this issue because
it was like a
hasn't
real
gotten the coverage
weird.
and the
It was like a real
attention that I think
freaky
it
looking
deserves.
house, like a 3-story big house, like in the movies where it's like scary. And then you tapped on my shoulder and you pointed in a direction that I wasn't looking, and then I turned around and there was a figure like staring at me, and then I started
This
kicking,
agreement deals
and then I
with,
woke up.
the payroll tax holiday.
Yeah, and
I know the president, the
and
vice
then
president, others have
it's just really weird because Caitlin said she had a weird dream and Kinsey said she had a weird dream, and when I woke up, I was so tired that I saw like illusions and stuff. I saw like stuff moving, you know.
Weird. When people do DMT, they all say the same thing, that they see like these beings in a world, and they love you, and they can't wait to meet you when you die.
Mm.
And everybody that does DMT, like, well, not everybody, but like 90% of people report that they met someone like that, and they've never, even if they've never heard the story, and people try to intentionally keep it a secret, and then when you do it, they want to see what happens to you. They did like studies, and this guy wrote a book about it because he was a scientist.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
Is not to put more money into the pockets of working families. It's the ultimate destruction of Social Security. And what they understand is that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, this will ultimately weaken the long-term financial viability of Social Security. So in other words, what we are doing is, for the very first time, diverting money which is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund. We're giving it to workers today. It's like eating our seed. Rather than going into Social Security, President says, don't worry, this is going to be covered this year by the federal government. Well, we've never seen that before. I don't want Social Security to be dependent on the federal
Is this the same guy that did the last engine?
because the federal government has a $13.7
Okay.
trillion national debt. And what I worry about is this is not just a one-year provision, this also could be extended. Let me just quote Barbara Kennelly.
Jacob, I like your attitude.
By one of the strongest fighters in the United States.
Want to be in trouble for having a good attitude?
Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio.
Jacob, I'm tired of you having a good attitude.
Before I ask him a question, or before he asks me a question, or whatever.
Do you want to be in trouble for having a positive attitude?
No, please, no.
Kennelly, the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare, said, "This is one of the largest senior groups in
Kinzer,
America."
are those your wiggly worms?
And I quote,
You want to be in trouble for having a positive attitude?
contributed nothing.
Okay, well, you better have a negative one.
It has been bartered in a deal that provides
What's wrong, baby?
tax cuts for the wealthy. Here's the key point. Diverting $120
Well,
billion
Dada loves you.
contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that a majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon.
Kinsey could say something random that I don't know, and I just say some shit like Dada loves you or something.
To preserve Social Security and Medicare. I'm enjoying now.
Yeah, because I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
And I wanted to ask him his
That's funny. I think that's 90% of being a dad.
Yeah, I have no fucking clue what she's talking about.
The liberals or conservatives, what they think about this, and this really isn't a liberal conservative issue. This is, first of all,
What's wrong, stink bug?
We're
Uh-oh.
seeing the kinds of
Yeah, if you put it right here,
millionaires and billionaires
Dada will squash
from
it.
the income tax and from the estate tax. But it's also equally importantly, it blows a hole in our budget deficit. In some sense, we're borrowing
Yes, I can.
every year.
Enjoy.
Agreement becomes law. We're borrowing tens of billions of dollars every year from the Chinese. We're putting it on our children's and our grandchildren's credit cards for them to pay off who knows when. And then we're giving these tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires. I mean, just in those simple terms, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense in our relationship with China. It doesn't make sense in the lost jobs that come from that China trade policy. It doesn't make sense in undermining the middle class. It doesn't make sense in terms of fairness in the tax system. And it doesn't make sense for our children and grandchildren and what the burden they're going to have to bear to pay off this debt. I mean, when giving a millionaire a tax cut and charging it to our kids who are paying taxes on unfortunately in the last few years declining wages is just morally reprehensible. And when I think of the I know Senator Sanders has been on the floor 2 hours now on talking about this and how important, and really analyzing it and educating and all that. I think about the economic policy too that this embodies. 9 years ago, Senator Sanders and the presiding officer, when he was a member of the House, Senator Udall from Colorado, and I and others voted against the Bush tax cuts of 2001 and 2003, principally because those tax cuts overwhelmingly went to the wealthy and ended up adding to our national debt. We had a surplus then. We sure don't now. We had the largest surplus we'd ever had in 2001. Blew a hole in that. But we passed those tax cuts under the belief, those who supported it, President Bush and Senator McConnell and so many others, under the belief that that kind of trickle-down economics would grow our economy. Well, in the 8 years, and this isn't partisan, this isn't opinion, this is fact, from January 1, 2001 to January 1, 2009, President Bush's 8 years, we actually had private sector job loss in this country. Contrast that with a different economic policy, January 1, 1993 to January 1, 2001, the Clinton 8 years. Again, this isn't partisan, this isn't opinion, this is fact. During the Clinton 8 years, we had 21 million private sector jobs created. 21 million private sector jobs created, zero, literally, job loss. Private sector jobs created in the Bush 8 years because of trickle-down economics. So why would we blow a hole in the budget, which this bill does? Why would we, for our kids to pay off, and why would we continue an economic policy that clearly didn't work for this country? Didn't work for the middle class. We saw the middle class. We saw wages. Not only no job increase during those 8 years, except for the people at the very top, we saw actual wage stagnation or worse. Most Americans didn't get a raise during the 8 Bush years. Most Americans simply saw their wages flat or in many cases decline. The super wealthy saw a big increase in their incomes and in their net assets. And now we're going to give a tax break to them. I mean, this isn't class warfare. I have lots of people I know that have a lot of money. I don't aim ill will at them. But why would we help those people who have done so very well and then have our children pay for it? Now, Senator Sanders had just mentioned the letter from Barbara Kennelly, the Social Security, one of the largest seniors organizations in the country, and what this will mean for Social Security. And here's my fear, Mr. President, that if this is passed, we're going to see our budget deficit increase, according to the Congressional Budget Office, about $900 billion because of this package, $800-some billion over the next couple of years. As soon as it's signed by President Obama, even though it was negotiated with the Republican Senate leadership and overwhelming numbers of Republicans in the Senate and House, I assume we're going to vote for it, they're going to say, look at the huge budget deficit that President Obama created. From that day on, they're going to go after ways to cut the budget. That's okay. I agree. We need to deal with spending and taxes and the whole picture. But I also know from watching Republicans, I saw them in the House when they moved towards Medicare privatization in 2003 and 4 and 5. They had some success. Fortunately, we were able to beat back.
I don't know what happened. What keeps happening?
After President Bush was reelected in a very, very close race, he spoke repeatedly privatizing Social Security. I know that's what they want to do. In the 1990s,
I bet my
fortunately
no, because they're plugged in with the aux cable.
And that's the way they
I
cut
don't
the
know
budget.
what's
They
going
go
on.
after Medicare and Social Security. So this vote on this package, and to me, it's we need to call the president, to write the president, to work with the
I'm here.
president, to say no deal.
Why did it start calling?
I don't know.
Alright, I'm gonna go see how much dungeon I have.
Wait. Where'd you... You left the party? Why'd you leave the party?
I don't know, it just took me out. I thought we were done.
No, I'm doing this whole dungeon for you, and you're not even here.
It took me out. I don't know why.
Medicare will force more cuts and more pressure on those programs that have lifted so many people into the middle class. In 1964,
It's because you went to World 4 instead of staying on World 77 when you logged back in. So it disconnected you from my party.
health insurance. Today, 99% of seniors have health insurance, something And I know that we're a country
The
now
hell?
that's created a strong
Damn.
I didn't log out though.
class because of these tax cuts for the wealthy, trickle-down kind of economic policy. We've seen the middle class shrink in the last few
Can I
years.
just go back in or
I don't
something?
want that to keep happening. That's why
Oh
I'm
no.
very concerned about this. That's why
You're still not on the right world, so if you could go back in, you wouldn't know it.
much more seriously focus on not running up a huge debt, on making sure that Social
We already
Security is
checked the mail
protected,
tonight.
an economic policy that works for the middle class, and
I
a
already
tax
checked
policy
it.
that's
There's
fair
no
to the
more
middle
mail
class.
to check.
Senator Sanders' work so important on the floor today. Taking the floor for a longer period than anybody I've seen since I've been in the Senate.
We're outside.
Kind of setting where he is,
We're in the
he is
backyard.
raising these questions, asking these questions, educating the
Here.
public, talking to people all over the country.
Okay, I'll come in a second.
If I could interrupt my friend from Ohio and ask him a question. This is an issue that he dealt with last night. Talk about the kind of priorities that we've seen in the Senate recently, where just a couple of days ago, you and I worked very hard.
I think I'm having connection issues. I think I disconnected. That's why.
Disabled vets were able to get a $250 check that cost $14 billion. And we couldn't get one Republican vote for that. But at the same time,
Okay,
Republicans
god
are
damn it.
pushing tax breaks of over $1 million
Hold on.
a year for the
Kinsey
richest
won't
people
stop.
in this country. Does that seem?
Well, it tells a
What do you
story,
want,
and
baby?
I came to the floor right after that vote. I had supported it all along. I co-sponsored Senator Sanders.
Okay, I'll come inside. Just give me a sec.
To bring that to the floor for the $250 check for all seniors and all disabled veterans, I might add, not just Social Security. But I was pretty amazed. I know that.
All right, man.
Here, I know that some people think that their whole view of the world is
Hey, hold on.
we'll all do better, we'll all lift all boats. It's pretty good economic theory. You might have learned it at Harvard, or you might have learned it at Johns Hopkins or wherever, but it just doesn't work. I mean, it's nice theory, but it doesn't work to lift all boats. So Senator Sanders' effort was to provide a $250 check one time, cost of $14 billion, but one time, not continued $14 billion, one time for seniors who had not had a cost of living adjustment in 2 years. And it just seemed to make so much sense when the average senior in this country gets about a $14,000 a year Social Security check. I guess that's about $1,200 a month. That's not their entire income for most seniors, but it's a big part of it. Many seniors live only on that. Many more seniors live on that, only another couple of $300-400 a month. So
I'm
when
coming.
you see the cost of, there's not maybe for people my age so much in this country, but if you're older and you've got a lot of health care costs, there is inflation, because that's where
Are you gonna be good?
to go up higher than maybe anything but higher education, and maybe as much as that. So it was important that $250 be provided, we think, to every senior in the country and every disabled vet. Now, what was so amazing about it was that 42 Republican senators have signed a letter saying they will do nothing in the Senate until tax cuts for the rich are approved, till they're signed into law. Now, it's almost, I've never seen United States senators engage in a work stoppage or a strike. I mean, it wasn't really quite a strike. It was probably illegal for us to strike. I don't know, maybe, but it really was a work stoppage. They were saying, we're not doing anything until you give tax cuts to my rich friends. And I might say also to many people in the House and Senate whose income is in that bracket too. I'm not accusing them of that, to be sure, but they were there for their rich friends and their biggest contributors and the wealthiest people in this country, but they weren't there for a senior citizen living on $1,200 a month that could use that extra $250. I've met too many seniors, and I know that the presiding officer, when he travels when he travels to Colorado Springs, or he goes to Cimarron, or goes to Denver, I know that I hear seniors say, I cut my pills in half because I need my prescription to run for 2 months rather than one because I can't afford it, or I skip my medicine today because my house is too cold and I don't have enough to eat. I mean, we know seniors make those choices, and we make choices here. And the choice we made is 42 Republicans made it in block because you need 60 votes. We had a majority of voters of senators an easy majority for Senator Sanders' effort from the 53 votes, efforts to do this, $250, but you need 6 votes. So 42 Republican senators engaged in their work stoppage, saying we're not doing anything until we get these tax cuts for the rich, said no to seniors. And I just am amazed by that, the callousness. I guess I'm even more amazed when you consider, what's today, the 10th or 11th, when you consider in 2 weeks, it's Christmas Day, and that doesn't seem to bother them. Doesn't seem to bother them on unemployment benefits. 85,000 Ohioans a week and a half ago lost their unemployment benefits. 85,000. Their holiday season's ruined, but I guess all of us will go home, and I want to go home and be with Connie and my kids and on Christmas. My children are grown. We have one grandchild. I want to be with them as much of Christmas as I can. But we have a job to do today, and this week, and next week, and this month, and this year, and that is to extend unemployment benefits to people who have lost them, who are looking for jobs as hard as they can in the great majority of cases, and extending the tax cuts for the middle class and doing the right thing. And so far, we haven't done that, and I need to go to the airport, but I want to yield back to Senator Sanders for his work today. I hope next week when we come back on Monday, we're prepared to do whatever it takes to say no deal on this one, and to make this work for the middle class, make it work for Social Security beneficiaries, make it work for unemployed workers.
I want to thank my good friend from Ohio, one of the real fighters for working families here in the Senate, not only for coming down here, but for his years of efforts. But he makes a very important point. You know, we have a job to do. And the job is, I know some people don't believe it, rather radical concept, but our job is to represent working families, the middle class, and not the wealthiest people in this country. I've got 4 kids, 6 grandchildren. I look forward to spending the holidays with them. But you know what? We have a job to do. And if it means staying here through Christmas Eve, through New Year's, that is our job. And let's pass a proposal that works well for ordinary families and not just for the wealthiest people in this country. I wanted to thank Senator Sherrod Brown for coming down. And what I want to say now is when you look at this agreement, we've talked now about the absurdity of, in the middle of a time when we have a $13.7 trillion national debt, giving tax breaks to people who don't need it. Senator Brown and I have talked about the dangers inherent in this payroll tax holiday and what it might mean for the future of Social Security. But I also wanted to make another point, and that is that there are many, many billions of dollars in this proposal going to a variety of business tax cuts. Some of them, in fact, might work. Some of them, in fact, might not work. But what is very, very clear is that if your goal is to create as many jobs as possible for every dollar of investment, this particular approach is not very effective. When we talk about tax breaks for corporations and companies, what we should be aware of is that corporate America today is sitting on close to $2 trillion in cash. They have that cash on hand. And the problem is not that they don't have the money. The problem is that working people don't have the money to buy the products that these guys are producing. And I believe, and not just me, but I think a variety of economists from across the board believe that it makes a lot more sense, if we're serious about creating jobs, to invest in our infrastructure. And I say that for a number of reasons. When you put money into roads and bridges and public transportation, you are creating, for every dollar that you spend, far more jobs than giving a variety of tax breaks. That's just what is an economic fact. Second of all, when you are investing in our infrastructure, not only are you creating jobs short-term, you are leaving the country with a long-term improvement that increases our competitiveness in a very tough global economy. I mentioned a moment ago, and we'll get back to it later. China is investing huge amounts of money into high-speed rail, into their roads, into their bridges, and yet think we are a third world
Hey, Jacob.
nation. You got roads with all kinds of potholes. You have bridges which you can't go across. You got rail systems where trains are going slower. There's a study out there, and I'm going to get to it later, where somebody said that decades and decades ago, it took less time to go from various parts of this country to the other on trains than it does today, because our rail beds are in such bad shape. So
Hey,
if
Jacob.
you want to make our country competitive, you've got to invest in infrastructure.
Jacob.
It creates jobs. It adds long-term value to this country. Unfortunately,
These?
in this
These?
agreement, there is, to the best of my knowledge, not one nickel
Jacob.
going into infrastructure. And it is important that we, in fact,
Jacob.
add provisions which do invest in our infrastructure. And
Jacob.
another point, Mr. President, that should be made when we look at this so-called compromise agreement established by the President and the Republican leadership is that in the agreement there is an extension of unemployed benefits for 13 months. Now, there is zero question in my mind that that is something that absolutely has to be done. Right now, Senator Brown made this point, we have millions of Americans who have, through no fault of their own, lost their jobs. Maybe their plants went to China. Maybe their companies couldn't get the loans they needed to stay in business. Small businesses going under, big businesses shutting down plants. No question that we have got to extend unemployment benefits. But what bothers me is that this provision in this agreement, which is a good provision, suggests that this is a hard-won compromise, that the Republicans really conceded something and they agreed to a 13-month extension of unemployment benefits. But here's the fact. The fact is that for the last 40 years, when unemployment rates have gone above 7.2%, Republicans and Democrats, in a nonpartisan way, have come together to say, of course we're going to extend unemployment benefits. This is America. We're not going to let working families who are suffering hard times because they're no fault of their own, they've lost their jobs, we're not going to let them lose their homes or not enable them to feed their families. This is America. We're not going to do that. And Republicans have said that 40 years. Democrats have said that 40 years. Democratic and Republican presidents, leaders here in the House and the Senate have said that. So to say, oh my goodness, the Republicans made a major concession, they're going to allow the extension of unemployment benefits for 13 months, that's not a concession. That has been bipartisan public policy for the last 40 years. Now, Mr. President, I've been expressing to you and to the American people why I think this is not a good agreement, why I think this agreement should be defeated, and why I think we can put together a much better agreement. But I do want to be very clear that there are positive aspects to this agreement which should be maintained in an improved proposal. And let me just mention some of them. This proposal, of course, in addition to extending unemployment benefits for 13 months, extends the middle class tax cuts. And that is obviously something that we have to do. The reality is that the middle class in this country is collapsing. During the Bush years, we saw a $2,200 decline per year in median family income, and working families are hurting, no question about it. And not to extend that tax cut for 98% of America would be a travesty. So we've got to maintain those tax cuts, and that is a positive thing in that agreement, which obviously any future agreement must maintain. Also in this agreement is the Earned Income Tax Credit for working Americans, a very important provision, and the child and college tax credits are also in this agreement. And these proposals will keep millions of Americans from slipping out of the middle class and into poverty, and they will allow millions of Americans to send their kids to college. So I'm not here to say to the president or the vice president that there aren't any good proposals and parts of this agreement. There are. But we can do much, much better. Now, what the president says, and he makes a valid point, he says, well, okay, show me the votes. show me the votes. He's good at counting. We've tried a proposal here, Mr. President, as you well know, was it last week, where we only got 53 votes, which said that we're going to extend the tax breaks for the middle class and not the very, very rich. And the president knows, as everybody else knows, that around here, Republicans filibuster everything. You need 60 votes. And he says, show me the votes. Well, this is what I would say. What our job right now is about is reaching out to the American people from one end of this country to the other, from California to Vermont, including a lot of our very conservative states. Because frankly, it is not a conservative approach to substantially increase the national debt by giving tax breaks to billionaires. Mr. President, how many times have you been here on the floor hearing our Republican colleagues give long, long speeches about the danger and the unsustainability of a $13.7 trillion national debt and a $1.4 trillion deficit? You heard it day after day after day. That's their mantra. Well, if they believe that, why are they voting for a proposal that substantially increases the national debt for the very unproductive reason of giving tax breaks to the richest people in this country who don't need it? And I would hope, and the reason why we have to defeat this proposal and fight for a much better one, is I would hope that people throughout this country, in Vermont and Colorado, in many of our conservative states, that they come forward and they say, wait a second, I do not want to see my kids and grandchildren paying more in taxes because we borrowed money from China to increase the national debt in order to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who have done extraordinarily well in recent years, and by the way, have seen a significant decline in their effective tax rate. Mr. President, I know you have heard people like Warren Buffett, one of the richest guys in America. He's made the point over and over again that his effective, what he really pays in taxes, his effective tax rate is lower than his secretaries. And all over this country, you have examples where very, very rich people were able to stash their money in the Cayman Islands, take advantage of all type of loopholes, are paying rather low effective tax rates, in many cases lower than police officers or firemen or teachers or nurses. So I think that this is, in fact, opposition to this agreement should be tripartisan. You should have conservative Republicans, liberal Democrats. I'm an independent progressive. I can tell you, Mr. President, that in the last 3 days, my office has received probably close to 3,000 phone calls, 98% of them against this agreement, probably higher than 98%, and just a huge number of emails also overwhelmingly against this agreement. I suspect, I don't know this for a fact, that this is the kind of message that the American people are sending us all over America. But I think they've got to continue to do that. They have got to make it clear so that we can win over at least a handful of Republicans and some wavering Democrats and say, wait a second, we are not going to hold hostage extending middle-class tax breaks in order to give tax breaks to billionaires. We're not going to hold hostage extending unemployment for workers who have lost their jobs by giving tax breaks to people who don't need it. And I think, Mr. President, if the American people give voice to what they are feeling, which this is not a good agreement, that we can do a lot better. I think, Mr. President, we can defeat this proposal and we can come back with a much, much better proposal which protects the unemployed, extends unemployment benefits, protects the middle class, extends the Bush tax cuts for 98% of the population, and protects a lot of important programs, making college more affordable, making childcare more affordable, and helping us transform our energy system. There's a lot that we can do if we defeat this proposal, and if the American people, we're not going to do it inside the Beltway. That I am absolutely sure of. Republicans are very united, but what we have to do is win at least a handful of them, and some wavering Democrats, to say, Mr. Mr. President, Republican leadership, you guys have got to involve Congress in this discussion. I was very pleased yesterday that the Democratic caucus said, sorry, we're not bringing that proposal onto the floor. And I applaud Speaker Pelosi and the Democratic caucus for saying that. Took a lot of courage. Congressman from the state of Vermont, Peter Welch, played an important role, and I applaud Congressman Welch. Congressman Peter DeFazio played an important role. Congratulate him. But I congratulate mostly the caucus for saying we can do better. We can do better than we are doing. But let me be very frank. We're not going to do better unless the American people stand up and help us. We're going to need a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails, a lot of messages so that all of our colleagues in the House and the Senate understand the American people do not want to see their kids having to pay off the debt incurred by giving tax breaks to billionaires. Mr. President, this agreement, doesn't come out of the blue. It comes within a context that I think frightens many people in this country. I think many Americans have a sinking feeling that there is something very, very wrong in our country today. I know that my father came to this country at the age of 17 without a penny in his pocket and became the proudest American that you can ever see. He didn't have much of an education, but he knew that this country gave him a great opportunity, and that's the American story. That's what it's all about. And millions of families, whether they came from other countries, whether they, just made it on their own. I know we have heard a majority leader, Senator Harry Reid, talking about his experience growing up in a desperately poor family. That's what America is about. But I think there are a lot of folks out there who believe, and the facts back them up, there's something wrong. And what's going on in this country is the middle class is collapsing, poverty is increasing, and I think what people worry about, and I've got 4 kids and I've got 6 grandchildren. I'm not worried about me. I'm worrying about what happens to my kids and my grandchildren. And we have some wonderful young pages here, and we're sitting on the floor, and we worry about their futures as well. And we don't want to see our kids and our grandchildren be the first generation in the modern history of America to have a lower standard of living than their parents. We don't want to see this country the economy of this country move in the wrong way. We don't want to race to the bottom. We want to see our kids live healthier and better lives than we do. Not have to work longer hours, not getting a lower quality of education or less education. That is not the history of this great country. And I want to spend a minute now in talking about one aspect of what's going on in this country that does not get the kind of attention that it deserves. And there are obvious reasons why, having to do with who owns the media and corporate control over the media, having to do with who pays, who provides the campaign contributions that elect members of the House and the Senate, having to do with all the lobbyists that surround this institution that, Wall Street and the oil companies spend, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, lobbyist campaign contributions. We don't talk about an issue. And the very simple issue that I want to talk about for a moment is who is winning and who's losing in the economy. I come from New England. Everybody follows the Celtics, and we follow the Red Sox, and we follow the Patriots. And when everyone says, okay, who won the game? Patriots win, did they lose? That's what you want to know. Who's winning, who's losing? And in fact, in America, it's pretty clear in the economy who's winning and losing. Vast majority of people, working people, middle-class people, low-income people are losing. That's who's losing. And it is very clear who is winning. The wealthiest people in this country are doing phenomenally well. They are winning the economic struggle. In America today, Mr. President, and again, we don't talk about this too much. We don't talk about it too much, but it's time we did. In America today, we have the most unequal distribution of wealth and income in the industrialized world. Now, I haven't heard too many people, Mr. President, talk about that issue. Why not? Our Republican colleagues want huge tax breaks for the richest people in this country, but the reality is that the top 1% already today owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. How much more do they want? When is enough enough? You want it all? We already have millions of families today that have zero wealth. They own less, they owe more than they own. Millions of families have zero, below zero wealth. We are living in a situation where the top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. Top 1% owns more wealth than the bottom 90%. And Mr. President, that is simply unacceptable. Today in our country, and this is something we must be absolutely ashamed about and have got to address, that instead of giving tax breaks to billionaires, maybe we should appreciate the fact that about 25% of our children are dependent on food stamps. We should understand that in the industrialized world, the United States of America has as this chart shows, the highest rate of childhood poverty in the industrialized world. Is this America? Is this America? The United States today has over 20% of its kids living in poverty. In Finland, the number is about 2 or 3%. Norway, maybe 4%. Sweden, maybe 4.5%. Switzerland, 6%, whatever it may be. But here we are. If you're watching on television, what you're seeing is the red line. Here's the United States, well over 20%. Here's the Netherlands in second place. Looks to me like about 7%. This is the future of America. So we're sitting here talking about an agreement which says let's give huge tax breaks to billionaires, and here's the reality. We have a rate of childhood poverty far, far surpassing any other country on earth. And let me tell you something else. I don't know that we have a chart for this, but it is the other half of the equation. What do you think happens when you have millions and millions of kids living in poverty? What do you think happens when you have kids who are dropping out of school when they're 13 or 14? I will tell you what happens. Because I talked to a fella in Vermont who runs one of our jails. And he said that about half the kids who drop out of school end up in the penal system. That's what happens. So the result is the highest rate of childhood poverty in the industrialized world. And then what we end up with is more people behind bars than any other country on earth. You got that? China is a communist, totalitarian society. Much, much larger than the United States of America, which is a democratic society. We have more people in jail than China and more people in jail than any other country. So what we end up doing, seems to me not to be terribly bright, is we end up spending perhaps $50,000 a year keeping people in jail because they dropped out of school, they never found a job, they got hooked up on drugs or whatever, and we pay to put them in jail rather than investing in child care, in education, in sustaining their families. So, Mr. President, when we look at the context in which this agreement was reached, we have got to see that it takes place at a time when the rich are already doing phenomenally well, while we have the highest rate of childhood poverty in the industrialized world. Mr. President, during the 8 years of President Bush, the wealthiest 400 Americans, that's not a lot of people, 400 families, saw their income more than double, while their income tax rates dropped almost in half. So you got 400 families, all of whom are already multi-millionaires. During the 8 years of President Bush, their income more than doubled, while their income tax rates dropped almost in half. I would say to my colleagues here in the Senate, we don't have to worry about these guys. They're doing President, the wealthiest 400 Americans now earn, on average, $345 million a year, and they pay an effective tax rate of 16.6%. How's that? All right? Top 400 wealthiest people in this country earn $345 million a year, and they pay an effective tax rate of 16.6%. They do not need an extension of tax breaks. And by the way, for the United States of America, this effective tax rate of 16.6% on average is the lowest tax rate for the very rich in America that has ever been. So we've already given the wealthiest people in this country the lowest effective tax rates in the history of our country. That's what we've done. On record, at least since they've been keeping records. So the idea of giving these guys who are doing phenomenally well, who already own more wealth than the bottom 90%, more tax breaks is totally absurd. Mr. President, under the 8 years of President Bush, the wealthiest 400 Americans, now we talked about how they doubled their incomes. Incomes is what happens in 1 year. Under the 8 years of Bush, the wealthiest 400 Americans increased their wealth by more than $380 billion. 400 families increased their wealth by $380 billion. That averages to almost $1 billion a family. $1 billion in 8 years. That's the average. Some obviously are more. Collectively, and I know this is not an issue that we talk about too much, collectively, the 400 richest Americans have accumulated $1.27 trillion in wealth. If any of them die this year, their heirs can receive, right now, all of this money tax-free because the inheritance tax has been eliminated in 2010 as part of the Bush tax, estate tax repeal this year. Mr. President, the top 25 hedge fund managers last year made a combined $25 billion in income, a combined $1 billion per person, okay? So if you are a hedge fund manager, you're doing pretty good. And I mentioned a moment ago, we tried just the other day to get checks of $250 out with disabled vets and senior citizens on Social Security who haven't had a COLA in 2 years, couldn't get them that check. But the top 25 hedge fund managers last year made a combined $25 billion in income, $1 billion per person, and our Republican friends say, oh, my word, we've got to lower their taxes. Last year, Mr. President, ExxonMobil, the Bank of America, and other large, profitable corporations paid no federal income taxes. So what you got is a tax system which is totally distorted in the sense that it allows large, profitable corporations to pay, in some cases, and in many cases, zero. And in fact, last year, you know, it would be funny if it really wasn't pathetic. And here you have, as I understand it, last year, ExxonMobil, which made $19 billion, paid nothing in taxes. Bank of America, huge bailout for the American taxpayer, paying their executives all kinds of fancy, huge compensation packages. They got a refund check from the IRS. That's how absurd the situation is. And people say, oh, my word, in order to deal with our deficit, we're going to have to cut back on Medicare, Medicaid, and education. We can't afford it. I guess we can afford to allow ExxonMobil, the most profitable corporation in the history of the world, to make huge sums of money and pay nothing in taxes. We can afford to do that, but we can't afford to protect working families and the middle class. Mr. President, in the year 2005, 1 out of every 4 large corporations in the United States paid no federal income taxes on revenue of $1.1 trillion. What do you think? Maybe before we start cutting Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and veterans programs, maybe we want to ask some of these very large and profitable corporations to pay at least something in taxes. From 1998 to 2005, 2 out of every 3 corporations in the United States paid no federal income taxes, according to the GAO report. Sadly, the economic pain that millions of people are experiencing didn't even begin as a result of the Wall Street bailout. The middle class was collapsing long before that. It's wrong to blame Bush for all of the problems. He contributed a lot to it, but not all. That trend has been going on for many, many years. As the Washington Post reported last January, and let me quote from an article because, again, I want to put the economic reality facing the middle class in contrast to the economic reality facing the very rich in that broad context of this agreement signed by the president and the Republican leadership. As the Washington Post reported last January, and I quote, "The past decade, the Bush 8 years plus 2 years, was the worst for the U.S. economy in modern times. It was, according to a wide range of data, a lost decade for American workers. A lost decade for American workers. Do you know why people are furious? Do you know why they're angry at Washington and everybody else? The last decade was, according to the Washington Post, a lost decade for American workers. There has been zero net job creation since December 1999. 12 years, zero job creation, which is why unemployment is so high, not only for the general population, but even worse for our young people. Kids getting out of high school, young people graduating college. According to the Washington Post, this came from the Washington Post in January, middle-income households made less in 2008 when adjusted for inflation than they did in 1999. In other words, the American economy has turned into a nightmare for tens of millions of families. Imagine that. Middle-income households made less in 2008 when adjusted for inflation than they did in 1999. And the number is sure to have declined further during a difficult 2009. They didn't have those numbers, but because of the Wall Street collapse, that certainly is the case. So what are we talking about? You're talking about, as I've just demonstrated, the people on top seeing a doubling of their income while their effective tax rates are going down. You're seeing the middle class collapsing. And what this agreement says is, we're going to provide huge tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires. That is insane. And only within the Beltway could an agreement like that be negotiated. As I mentioned earlier, we have in the last 3 days received thousands and thousands and thousands of phone calls and emails to my office. And over 98%, I dare say 99%, say this is not a good agreement. Don't support it. Mr. President, I've been joined on the floor by the very distinguished senator from the state of Louisiana, and I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to enter into a colloquy with Senator Landrieu.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Well, Senator Landrieu, I thank you very much for joining us here, and I just wondered if you could give the American people your thought about this agreement and what's been going on.
I thank the senator. I thank the senator from Vermont for his eloquent and passionate presentation for hours this morning, and he clearly has presented to this chamber and to the American people some stark realities that are unpleasant. Some people might even find them hard to believe, But he has done his homework. He has documented what he has said. And in that backdrop, it does make this agreement made between the Republican leadership and the President of the United States even harder for some of us to understand. And I want to acknowledge, as the Senator said, I know there are pressures on all sides and their time is running out. We've got to make a decision about tax cuts in a short period of time. We don't have the benefit of several months or even a half a year. I understand the pressures of time. But as the senator from Vermont pointed out, how about the pressures of the middle class? What about these pressures? What about this pain? And I was wondering, because I wanted to ask the senator from Vermont, I was not able to follow his entire presentation this morning. Did he quote from the Income and Inequity and the Great Recession, the report done by the U.S. Congress Joint Economic Committee, represented by or led by Charles Schumer? Senator Schumer, did you quote from this?
We quoted from a number of studies, but not that one, Senator.
Well, I'd like to add in our colloquy, if he was aware that according to this report that just came out September of this year, it says income inequality has skyrocketed. Economists concur that income equality has risen dramatically over the past 3 decades. Middle-class income stagnated under President Bush during the recovery of the 1990s. Under President Clinton, middle-class incomes grew at a healthy pace. However, during the jobless recovery of the 2000s under President Bush, that trend has reversed course. Middle-class incomes continue to fall well into the recovery, never regained their highs of 2001. The report goes on to say, which is frightening, which is why I have been raising my voice in opposition so strongly to some parts of this package, is that this report says, Senator, high levels of income inequity may precipitate economic crisis. In other words, if the middle class can't see light at the end of the tunnel, and if the economy itself can't grasp a way for the middle class to grow, Senator, this recession may never end, no matter how much money you give to the very wealthy.
Hey, asshole.
This is the reality that we're facing at this moment.
Hey, badass. That reminds me, I need to watch some Metalocalypse.
Republicans weren't completely to blame for it. Democrats weren't completely, innocent, or vice versa. But
Cougher.
it's not about who to blame.
Yeah, I don't think Caitlin's seen it, but
And we're about to pick up a $980 billion hammer next week and attempt to fix it. A, are we hitting the nail right?
sure.
You don't have many $980 billion
In a
hammers
sock?
to pick up. I mean, we're borrowing this.
I never heard of a sock.
Let's get it right. This is an important issue before our country. I think that's what the senator is
I don't-
saying. Am I putting words into your mouth, Senator?
What's that
Is this
for?
what you're trying to explain?
Exactly, and the point cannot be understated. What Senator Landrieu is saying is that if you have a collapsing
Oh.
middle class
Hmm.
and people unable to purchase anything, it impacts the
I didn't
entire
remember that
economy.
part.
The economy can't grow. We can't grow jobs.
Are you
We don't have
smart?
enough money to buy products
Are you
made by
smart?
other people. And if all of the, or a substantial part of the wealth in this nation accrues in the hands of a few, I mean, they can get 3 yachts and 8 airplanes, I guess, but there's a limit to what they can purchase.
And there's a limit to what they can consume. And what the senator is saying, and what I'm saying, and I want to be very clear, because the senator and I don't agree on every piece of legislation. He tends to be a little bit more liberal and progressive in his politics than I am. But on this subject, we are both equally concerned about the
Kenzie, I'm gonna spank your bootock. Jacob, I'm about to be on, okay?
The senator may have a different view. I'm talking about the broad middle class.
Yeah.
50,000 to 500,000.
It sucks though, because you have to play upstairs.
$500,000 of income. I'm not talking about net worth. I'm talking about income is a huge amount of money. In fact, I brought a graph that I'm going to here. It's right here.
I just changed his ass.
Here, that 84% of the households in Louisiana. So when I talk about middle class, 84% of the households in Louisiana make less than
Not right now, but she's talking about it.
So-
the middle class. But 84% make below
Jacob.
75,000. So when I use the term middle class, and we all have a different view, I try to say
Mommy's
broad
hot.
middle class.
Mommy's
Between
hot.
50,000 and 500. If you have 500,000 in income, you're quite wealthy in Louisiana. But I realize that we're not New York. We're Connecticut,
Cancer's
California. Maybe if you make
funny.
$300,000 or $400,000 in income in some of
Ha
these
ha
places,
ha.
you don't consider
Ha
yourself
ha.
very wealthy or rich. I think by Louisiana standards you would be, but this is a big nation, so I want to be as broad as I can possibly be here.
Well,
I'm
I
not
guess
talking
that
about the
Dungeon
wealth
Marin wasn't gonna work.
being 400 or 500,000.
But
That
Caitlin
may
was
not
talking
be the
about
case in
dungeoneering with us,
California.
though.
But what we're talking about in this tax bill is borrowing $50 billion to give tax breaks to
I'm on
families
PC right
earning
now.
over $1 million. So as the senator from Vermont said, whether you put your mark at 250,000 or 100,000 or 500,000, we could disagree about how broad the middle class is. But is there anyone in
Like
this
Jack
chamber
of
on
Ass.
any side of the aisle from any state
Oh.
that believes seriously, given what the
Are you saying
senator
bad
from
words to
Vermont just
me?
outlined, which is really not debatable. I mean, these economic studies are not just from one side of the aisle or another.
Oh, does that mean I need to get new
Next week,
bolts?
provide
Since I'm using
$50 billion in extended benefits for the families in America
Chaos.
who are making more than $1 million.
What do you mean by using chaos? What does that mean?
Or chaotic
When the needs of the middle class are so great,
chaotic crossbow.
What bolts are you? Yeah, don't. Yeah, yeah. Get rid of the adamant ones. They're shitty, assy, and trashy. So you're gonna want dragon bolts eat or onyx.
what happens, Mr. President, if the
Don't be
recession
mad.
doesn't end?
I might be. No promises.
To provide the
I'm gonna
extension
check
of
for
these tax
onyx.
cuts, and in addition, given the
Onyx, 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 onyx.
$50 million earners in this country, what do we do then?
Where did
Go borrow
mommy
another
go?
trillion and try it
Where
again?
did she
I think we have to try something
go?
different.
Oh.
Now, I don't know if the senator has another point before I go into just a few
Kenzie, do you want a
thoughts that I have. I wanted to ask
spanchlet?
him if he, yes.
Thank you very much, and agree with
Oh.
what she has been saying. I was mentioning earlier, Senator, that the calls that are coming in and the emails that are coming into my office.
Who's
are
Sam?
overwhelming.
From
I
iTardly?
I don't know what's going on in your office. Are you getting calls in?
From
I'm
Tardley?
getting calls actually, and I checked this morning, about 50% for, 50% against. Now, the state of Louisiana is a little different than the state of Vermont. Many of the calls
Kenzie, do you want Dada to be mild?
are against
Then you better be good.
giving.
Ready?
Well, actually,
Ready?
let me say this: most of the calls coming in are absolutely against
Go get it.
giving tax cuts to people over $1 million.
Kenzie,
Okay,
get it.
let's just say yes. I mean,
Kenzie, get it.
people are
Dada
calling
doesn't
in
get it.
saying, "Is that really happening?" And
Throw it to
geez, in
Dadanality.
fact, my office told me today that actually 10
That's
people
not
have
how
had
you give it to
incomes
Dadanality.
over $1 million, which I found very interesting, to say they supported my
Where the
position.
hell did
Tell
mommy
Senator
go?
Landrieu I'm
Where the
making
hell did
$1 million
mommy
a year,
go?
and I agree
Where
with
the hell
him,
did
so
she
I know
go?
people are listening.
Where's
So I thank
mommy?
those callers.
Where
You know, they
is
make $1 million
mommy?
over a year. They said, please use the money for something
Thanks
Where's
for
mommy?
streaming that, Justin.
counting my blessings. I
Where's
survived
mama?
the recession.
I appreciate that.
Oh, you're
They
welcome.
know that 33,000
Ha
people
ha
are
ha.
getting ready to run out of
Ho
unemployment
ha
benefits
ho.
in
Wait, did you want me to
Louisiana
stop?
alone if we don't extend
No, this is grade A content. This is what everybody joins to listen to.
income, or even 300,000. You can
Well,
have
in that case,
$300,000
continue.
a very strong.
Sheet.
You know, you have large families out in the West. We have very large families in the South.
Ho
No
ho
one
ho.
ever gives
Kenzie,
us
sing
credit
along.
enough, I think,
Ha
for that.
ha
The
ha.
fact that people work
He
very
hoo
hard,
hoo.
sometimes a mother and a
Hoo
father. Their
hoo
income
hoo.
might be 200,
Ha ha ha.
250,000. But with
Alright, I'm
6
done.
children, that doesn't go that far these days.
Alright, I'll keep doing
And with
it.
8 children. I grew up in a neighborhood where we routinely had 12 children in a house. How much money do you think you have to make?
Benny, you wanna be in trouble?
And send to college 12 children. My father sent 9 of us to college.
Vinny, you want a
Anyone
spanking,
with
Vinny?
that money, I still think it was a miracle any of us ever got
There's
there.
no
But
crying around here.
the issue is, next week we're going to debate this
But,
agreement. And I want to say I support extending tax
like,
cuts
Right when you heard him. Right when you were coming down is when he woke up.
Here in Denmark. Something is not right in Denmark. If we're spending or borrowing $50 billion, which is about what it cost to extend income tax rates, the lower rates, and the dividend rates, and the capital gains
Onyx
rates to people making over $1 million. Someone on the radio
Bolt.
today said,
Onyx Bolt.
Senator, don't you think that giving tax cuts,
Oh my gosh,
that will stimulate
7,000
the
for
economy?
one?
I said no.
I'm sure it's worth it.
But every economist that I've
Oh my
read
goodness. I'm gonna get like 100. that's like a mil almost.
Holy shit. Yeah, but I bet you we're gonna fucking tear ED3's asshole open with those.
So I want to know next week when we're debating this, I'd like at least one Republican, just one.
I think he's
It
done
could
now.
be the minority leader Mitch McConnell. It could be the budget director Judd Gregg. It could be just one Republican to give a
Everybody
passionate
wants
argument
you.
for why they insisted this be in the package. I just like to listen to it. I'd like to hear it with my own.
It better be worth it.
What was it about it that they thought
Look,
was
one of
so
these Onyx bolts is worth 7,500
that they
coins,
had to
and I need to
have
get
it in the
100 of them.
package? 'Cause I
That's
know,
like almost a mil.
angry as I am with the president right now about some matters,
But they're supposed to be really good, so
the president
I'm
did not
gonna check them out.
this be in the package.
Oh,
I know enough about him to know.
I need to go
He
to
didn't call everybody in the room and say, "Oh, we
Daemonheim
forgot something.
because all my money's in Daemonheim.
Let's make sure that this tax is something that hurts people over $1 million." So I know he didn't give that speech. I want to know who did. Who did give it? Because your constituents should know about it. And the American people have a right to know. That's one thing about our democracy. It's open. It could be more open. We could be like Britain, where they all stand up and talk to one another in one of the rooms. It's very interesting. I find it very interesting to watch sometimes. We don't do that. But at least if the people of Britain want to know what their people are saying, they can hear them. Somebody said this. I'd like to know who and where and when. Was it in the Oval Office? Was it in the cloakroom? I am going to be forced to vote because now I think the senator understands we aren't going to have any amendments. So I'm going to be forced to vote and have to choose, which is going to be a very difficult choice, between extending tax cuts for 84% of the people in my state who make less than $75,000.
Don't be
Of
asshole.
course I want to do. Even though we have to borrow the money to do it, we can't not do it. I mean, the economic circumstances are such why we have to do it. But now, in order to get them help, I've got to say yes
Oh yeah.
to something that I've talked about, and I want to be serious about this. I'm very
You're
serious
funny.
about it. For me, borders
A
are
little,
moral
yeah.
recklessness. I've been criticized on both sides of this.
That'll make you tired
How
too.
can you use words
That'll
like
make you
this?
tired too.
I don't know. I went to Catholic school. We went to Mass almost every week. Every week. Every week. The priest would say, don't take more than you need. Don't be greedy. Share with others. I mean, did I go to
Okay,
the
that's
wrong
weird,
school?
mommy. Mommy's really weird.
So I'd like to know.
Alright, I'm getting Onyx
Maybe those
bolts.
lessons were missed on the other side.
Yeah, a bunch of ripped up ones.
And I don't normally speak like this. I've been criticized for it. I'm
Just
very,
pick one, it's fine.
very torn. Because I like to be part of a team. I understand, Senator from Vermont, that we can't have every package exactly the way we believe, and I understand that. I've had to vote for some things that were hard for me to stomach.
Do we have
I've
rice
done
to put in it?
because there are other good things in the bill. That's the way the process works. But I actually cannot remember a time on either an appropriations bill of this magnitude or a tax bill of this magnitude that we've been asked to cast a vote for something that on its face is so reckless, so unnecessary, so sort of in your face to the poor, in your face to the middle class. We're going to take our money. Don't you say a word about it. Who said that?
Tonight.
Did Warren Buffett come down here and ask for it? Did Boone Pickens come down here and ask for it?
No.
Did Bill Gates
I'm not
come
gonna
down
fall
here and ask
asleep,
for it?
baby.
Who asked for it? Why do you think you deserve it? And what senator put their name on it? Now, I have a few more things to say. I don't want to keep the senator from Vermont tied up. Is it appropriate?
Ray, Senator from Louisiana is making some very, very important points, and I appreciate it. And
How do I not have enough
look forward to
coins?
hearing what she has to say.
Thank you. Mr. President, I wanted just to say a few other things about
Onyx
this whole
bolts.
situation, because the senator from Vermont and I agree on some things and parts of
Some
this,
of it.
obviously this one. But we had a big difference, and I wanted to show this just from my perspective. I voted
I
for
have
it.
989K.
I'm not sure that the
Oh,
senator
I
from
think I know
Vermont
what's
did
wrong.
side. And there were very good reasons on both sides, but I'd like to take a minute, because I've got, as I said, critics on both sides here, and I want to share some thoughts about that and make something very clear. I was one of 12 Democrats. There are only 7 of us left in the chamber today that voted for the Bush tax cuts.
There, I finally got him.
For the middle class and the poor
All right.
and the wealthy. Everybody got
Nice.
tax relief, capital gains tax relief, dividend tax relief. Senator Lincoln and I and others worked very hard.
Oh,
to make
you know what I
sure
need to
that
get?
in that
Jacob Abel's
package, even
accumulator,
though I
because
would've
that way I
designed
can
it
save
differently if I could've
all
done
the
it
bolts.
myself, but there are no czars around here. This is democracy.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Years. We worked hard
I'm gonna
to
go
shape
get a
that package
Ava's accumulator
best we
because I don't
could,
want to lose
effectively
any.
targeted
That makes you a good boy, Justin.
that say you didn't do it well enough.
Oh,
You didn't
yeah.
send it to the
I get
middle
tired,
class.
but
You sent it to the
I like
wealthy.
it.
I disagree. I think that we did as well as we could to send it to the middle class, although the higher brackets were lowered as well. But I'll tell you, the big difference was it was paid for when we voted for it. There was $128
Kenji's weird.
annual surplus. In other words, we were spending $128 billion less
Drainer
than we were
Manor.
taking in. What a happy
I
time
need to go to
that
Drainer
was.
Manor.
We were paying for our Pell Grants, we were paying for education, we were paying for health care.
Drainer
We had surpluses in
Manor.
Social Security, Senator,
Drainer
will remember?
Manor.
And we had $128
Is Drainer Manor in
billion
Falador?
surplus that year alone. And surpluses as far as the eye can see. This is
Wait,
before
where's...
9/11.
Oh, Drainer Village?
So the 12 of us, let me speak just for myself, thought,
Okay.
what a situation
We want
this
food,
is.
Mommy.
Democrats had taken the tough vote. Not one Republican had voted for this budget reconciliation that is,
Cancer,
you
get the hell away from Vinny, please.
Senator was then in the House. Took a
Yes.
tough vote along with many Democrats to put us on that path.
Did I get mobbed?
Jobs were being created at unprecedented levels, and yes, we were creating millionaires. I'd like to say this.
Kenji,
I
please,
love creating
please stop
millionaires.
clocks.
It's why I got into politics. One of the reasons I like when people are successful. I love to hear stories about my constituents who came from
Okay,
poor
let's see. Where's
families,
Ava?
whose mothers were
Yeah.
household servants, whose fathers never went to high school. I love to hear about these smart little girls from Gertie
Sabs.
who got straight A's in school, went down the street to Xavier University, got their pre-med degrees, went to become a doctor, became a doctor, and now they're millionaires. I don't decry that. I celebrate it. I'm the one that fought for them to get their scholarships. Not individually, but generally. It's what I do. It's what senators do. It's what House members do. I am so mad at people saying to me as a Democrat, we don't like people that are rich. We have something against them. Nothing could be further from the truth. I love the book, The Millionaire Next Door. It talks about how it's a myth that most millionaires in America have inherited the money. The fact of the matter is, we've created such a great country over 250 years.
Okay.
Found the way for poor people.
Okay, Justin. Townsend.
Huge wealth.
Ooh, that that was racist.
Yeah.
Life-changing opportunity for their children and grandchildren.
Yeah.
We celebrate it. We write movies about it. Our libraries are full of books
Jacob's
about it. There's nothing wrong
racist.
with that. Money. But today we're being asked
Okay.
to provide
Yeah, baby.
tax cuts when the deficit is, and I want to get this number. 'Cause it's
Vinzer, do you
shocking,
want to be in
actually.
trouble?
It is 10 times greater than the surplus. It is 1.294 trillion. That is what the annual deficit is this year. So I'm going to go back. When we did the tax cuts, we were generating $128 billion surplus every year. Surplus is as far as the eye could see. We thought, well, maybe we should give a third of this bounty in tax cuts. We had made investments in other things. But today, after what the senator of Vermont has described as the economic inequality in the country, when we have no surplus in sight, the biggest, the largest, most ferocious recession since the Great Depression, and we're running an annual deficit of $1.29 trillion. Someone had the
No, he fell
nerve
asleep to this ball.
on the other side of the aisle to say, wait, before you close the deal, before you shut the door, before you stop the printing press, please put in the people in America that make over $1 million. Now, for that $50 billion, there are lots of ways that we could save if we could correct this deal. I don't think we can. But if we could, as the senator knows, do we have men and women in the military? Do you know what their COLA is going to be this year, the senator from Vermont? Because it's about, I think it's, what, only 1.4%?
That's what my understanding is. And
It's about?
and a lot of the folks in the military are very upset about that.
Every person in uniform is only getting a COLA this year of 1.4%. Did anyone over there, when they raised their hand to say, let's put the millionaires in, did you all not think about this? We could have taken that money and given it to them for 1 year bonus. They most certainly deserve it. They're coming back without eyes, legs, leaving some of their limbs in Iraq and Afghanistan. Did anybody over there think about that?
Yeah.
The senior citizens that Senator has been such an advocate for, they're not seeing the kind of COLA that they normally get. Talk about stimulus. Every dollar I think you give to a senior citizen, Senator, would you say, it gets right away spent. They have to buy food for it. They're not going out and perusing, a yacht or an airplane that they could or could not buy. They don't really need it. They need to eat.
Mommy's
They
weird.
go to the corner drugstore, or they need to get their medicine.
Mommy's
They spend it.
weirdo.
I mean, yes, we give money to the poor on the Democratic side and to the middle class because it's the right thing to do, but it actually happens to be also the smart thing to do for the economy and for jobs. So, when people say the senators flip-flop, on taxes, I don't understand how to say something. I voted for tax cuts when we had a surplus. I am challenged about how to address this package. Most certainly want to extend it for the middle class. Most certainly want to extend unemployment. People are unemployed not because they're lazy, for heaven's sakes. They're unemployed because there are no jobs for them. It's some of the longest term unemployment that we've had in our nation's history. So the other side is making us feel, they say to us, well, we gave you the unemployment, so surely you should give us the tax breaks for millionaires. Is that really an equal trade?
Felix what?
And if somebody believes that, actually, I've heard commentators say it, on different networks. I've been on these news programs, and they say, but you got the unemployment, so that's a fair trade. If there's a senator that thinks that, I'd love for them to say that next week, because I think that would be great to have on the record. So this situation is what the Louisiana families in my state are facing. So obviously, I would like to provide tax relief for these families. We have less than 1.8% are making over $200,000. And I'm checking right now to find out how many families in Louisiana actually make over $1 million. I was told it was 3,200. That number might be too high. The senator from West Virginia told me in his state it's 599 people in West Virginia make over $1 million a year. But yet, it looks like that is the package. So we're going to be in a tough situation without amendments, having to vote for it. I'm going to see what my constituents are saying over the weekend. But I want to say one more thing about this inequity and then turn it back over to the senator from Vermont. Besides the other things that have been put into the record about the inequality, the challenges before our country right now, I came across some data, and I'd like the senator to, if he had just one more minute, to be on the floor to listen to this, because it's it was very startling.
Senator Landrieu, I'm not going anywhere. So take as much time as you want.
Thank the senator. I wasn't sure what his time was, but
I'm here.
I'm the chair of the Small Business Committee, and I had a hearing. I have many hearings, but one in the last 3 months, and some of the testimony was startling to me, and I wanted to share this with the senator. It's in the census data of the 2000 census data. Someone was testifying about why this recession was taking so long to get over, and they were giving just some figures about the status of the economy and the wealth or incomes of broad sections of the population. And they said, sort of off the cuff, just like, and ho-hum, and today is Monday, they said, and by the way, the average net worth, the median net worth of households in America, the average median net worth, not income, net worth of households is $67,000. So it's very interesting. I thought it would be higher than that. I mean, that's taking everything that you own minus everything you owe, and the difference is your net worth. I thought people might have more than that. I mean, in terms of equity in their homes, a couple of $100,000, $67,000. It was concerning to me. So I said, well, do you have that broken down by race by any chance? Oh, yes, ma'am, we have that. So would you share it? They did, and I'm going to share it with you because I have not recovered from what I heard. The gentleman says to me, well, for white families in America, the average median, which is 50% more, 50% less, the median, the white household, Senator, is $87,000. $87,000. For Hispanic families, it is $8,000. And for African American families, it is $5,000. Now I want to repeat that again. 50% of all families in America who are Caucasian, their net worth is $67,000 or less.
Kinsey, don't run with
For
that.
Hispanic families in America, 50% of all Hispanic households, their net worth is $8,000. And for African American families today, 2010, 40 years after the peak of the Civil Rights Movement and 150 years or so after the Civil War, and all the things we think we've done to try to
I'm almost ready.
get people in a more equal position
But
in our
I remember why I
society
didn't
is
have Ava's accumulator on.
$5,000.
Well, I lost it. Well, but I had the Veterans Cape and it gives you
That's
bonuses.
including home ownership.
Yeah, but it doesn't pick up your items.
Without home ownership, that net worth for African American families
Yeah, so which one should I use
falls
then?
to $1,000. So when people say
Yeah, that would
people are
save a
in
lot of
pain
money.
and suffering and anxious and they can't buy anything, well, you wonder why. There's no cushion in a
Okay,
recession like
I
this.
think I'm ready
How
when I meet you in
brutal
Damonheim.
is a recession to people that have
Alright, man.
cushion.
Okay.
For a middle-class family of any race, if you lose lose your job, you can get unemployment, you've got some equity in your home, maybe you have some
What?
savings, you can fall back, there's a cushion, you can land, you can bounce back up.
Yes, yes,
How
yes.
brutal is this recession to millions of families in America that have no cushion? They're just hitting hard rock. They're just hitting steel.
I was like
There's no
freaked out
cushion
last
there.
night because right after
And
that,
you wonder why
that
people are angry?
dream, I started like
You wonder
seeing
why
weird
this Tea
shit.
Party movement is festering. You
But I
wonder
think
why
it's just because
people
I was
want to,
tired.
you know, people are so angry that call. I understand that anger. I'm so angry
Okay, don't
myself,
throw
I
it.
don't know what to do.
My good friend.
Yeah, it was really weird. Oh, freak. I forgot. I gotta get some stuff out of the bank for food and stuff. Oh, thanks, Mommy. Thanks, Mama. I know. Okay, now I'm completely ready. Do I need to come to your world or do you need to come to my world? Are you still alive, Jacob? Oh. Casey looks tired as hell. Are you tired as hell, Kendra? In the morning, a dump truck. In the afternoon. Other bottle in the sink? Oh. Did you do that? In the morning and in the afternoon. It's okay, major shitter. Do you think you're mad? No, buddy, I'm just kidding. Vinny. Do you guys want me to get mad? Alright. Mm-hmm. Me too. I was gonna save that for my collection of alcohol. Caitlin thinks I'm dumb. Uh-huh. Yeah. Kinsey, no, 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 no. Get down, please. Yeah. This one's for a good cause.
And they're like $50,000 that people get all that money just for support to support their family, especially if they have a baby. Kind of weird.
Jacob, we should make a GoFundMe that, like, a really sad story.
Justin, quit.
And then, like, we need. No, no, no. I'm not saying that's what you said. I'm just. You gave me an idea. Jacob, we should make like a really sad story and put it on GoFundMe and put we need $50,000.
No, that's illegal. Can't do that. You have to prove that you're in. You have to prove that you need it somehow, and
I just don't want it to stop me from playing stuff.
you can like that's scammy.
Yeah, I know.
He said it's scamming. You can't do it. Yeah, but whenever you do it, I don't want to double hear myself. Hey, come in the call. Wait, no, don't go upstairs. Are you here? Jake? You're making me mad.
Hey,
Hey, asshole.
what's up, everybody?
Hey, asshole.
That's really good.
Which one?
It's called Jack of Trades. Jack of Spades.
Jack of Spades. Okay.
Whenever you do that, you get access to a new city called Menephos. And in Menephos, there's this guy that you can pickpocket, and he like never catches you, and he gives you 30 XP every time, and so you can jack up your thieving level like really quick. I just got to level 41, and I didn't have to do any work at all. And you don't even have to right click. You just regular click over and over again, and you get XP, 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 XP. Thieving. You can do it from level 5. Thieving.
Wait, can you spell it? I didn't understand.
THIEVING.
H-I-H. What did he say, Justin?
HIVEIE.
H. H-I-V.
I think we're fucked, Jacob.
God damn it. I'll do it.
Cutelin's gonna be right back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh, thieving. THIEVING. No, he said ABCDEFG.
Oh, thieving.
Mm, 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 mm. Okay, Jacob, these are really good. No, those bolts, dude. Oh, shoot, I didn't bring those. I'll just bring it next time. Jiggle wiggle. No screaming, Kinsey. Mommy and daddy. Mommy and daddy. One of them's smart and one of them's not. I'm just kidding. Don't throw things at Dada or he'll throw it back at you. It was me. I'm just kidding. I didn't do that. Stinky and dumb and stinky and dumb.
Stinky and clean. Stinky, stinky. Have to be too often.
Mommy and smart and mommy and smart. You can't take my words.
Okay, how about
It's hard, huh?
what?
I mean, it's dead as smart.
You're giving me a horrible look the whole time I was listening.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
No, you were giving me a look.
No,
You
my
didn't want to hear yourself.
no, my wasn't.
Don't deny it.
Do you want a big spancel on your
Don't deny it.
your mommy ass? Want a big spancel on your mommy butt?
Oh, holy shit, Ian. Be careful. Be careful, little buddy. Here. Thank you. I think he doesn't like it right now, but he was trying. Thank you. Wanna play with it?
Holy shit, that was a lot of XP. Nicely done.
Eating a chicken potatoes. Making smiley face. I'm in my potato. Oh, no.
81 ranged. We're playing games. Playing games and playing games. I have 90,000 tokens. Are we gonna just leave out, or what are we gonna do? Teleport to Damonheim? Mommy and smart, and mommy and smart.
You're kidding me.
She meant to say daddy is smart. Caitlin just called me a dumbass, Jacob. It was out of love, though. Iced tea? Did you go in? Justin went in. Oh, God. Enfant. Yeah. You better clean that shit up, mommy. Oh, shit. I forgot to get the chimchampas again. But this does a lot of damage too. Damn it, I should have got the chinny chompies. Yeah, that's truthful. Quit being smart, Jacob. You have big ass titties. What do you say, Jacob? Oh yeah. Holy crap, that'll do a lot of damage. I want to get good at PKing. Well, we killed some people. We killed a lot of people in the wilderness. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh. If they had the same stuff as you did. Hmm. No, I think it's okay.
Okay. Thank you. Penny, you put that in the garbage? Thank you.
Maybe by this time I'll have enough coins.
I think we're supposed to do this. Put it like this.
Let me.
Like put him like this so he's off his head.
Yeah, hold on. I'm in the middle of something, but.
Actually, a really good idea. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. This is my office. Hey. Hey. Hey.
I think you could win, Jacob, at PK. Dude, actually, no. What was that place where you can go and you don't lose your stuff, but you can? There's like a portal that you can go through, and then there's a wall you step over, and there's a whole bunch of people over there. You can just. What's that, Clan Wars? I saw a crap ton of. Back in the day, I saw a crap ton of people that were my level. Now it's just 138. Oh yeah. Shit. Damn it. Vinny, no crying. Okay, yeah. Thank you. What's funny, butthole? I'm coming back right now. He has a coat hanger. You're gonna leave us out here by ourselves? You don't love us. Hey, that's mine. Asshole. You want a spanking? High five. Thank you. Okay. Can you add Caitlin to the call? Oh, wait, hello.
Hello? Did it work? Hello?
Yeah, hello. Hello. Hey, asshole.
What are you guys doing? You
Messing
guys
around.
cool?
Yeah, we are.
Justin bought a 40 ounce.
Oh, sick.
Steel reserve.
Right on.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Just need some tomato juice.
I don't think I'm gonna drink it.
I bought it for me.
You should drink one with tomato juice and salt.
Thanks for buying it for me, Justin.
That's mine, asshole.
You talking back?
Yeah.
I used to drink 40s back in the day. Oh, so cool.
That's funny.
Wow, you're cool.
I'm not as cool anymore.
No, you're lame as shit.
Gee, thanks.
I'm just
What was
kidding.
the quest called? Jacob?
Jack of Spades.
Oh, that's right.
Isn't
Yeah.
it called ass fag?
Oh, right, that's it.
You. Mia Jackson. I found it. Alcarid. Did you do that one already, Jacob?
Yeah, sadly. I had to progress in my game because I needed lockpicks.
That's okay.
I'm gonna spank each and
Forgive me.
every one of you.
Thanks.
I feel bad for Vinny. I was trying to help him do tummy time and he was crying. They wanted me to leave him the fuck alone.
Shit.
God. Feel bad for him.
Yeah. Poor little guy.
You wanna watch your show? You wanna watch your show? I got another Tomb Raider game in the mail though.
Oh, nice. Huh.
I got Soul Calibur 5 or 6.
Yeah. You got Soul Calibur.
So I might play that a little bit too.
Oh, right on. Cool, man.
I got no bosses at all.
2 times in a row, 0 bosses.
Did you have fun outside today?
It's very annoying.
I go inside. Good job. I think I'm too old for beer anymore. It affects me negatively. I'm gonna be 27.
Oh man, I'm gonna be 25.
Oh shit.
Wait, I thought you were gonna be 26, Jacob.
Oh wait, 26.
It's okay, I forget how old I am. I thought I was already 27 actually for a long time. I was like, fuck.
That's funny.
Yeah. Good, honey.
Spank that
favorite
bukkake.
show?
Spank that bukkake.
Shoe cock.
Yeah.
It says shoot cock the parrot.
Shoecock the par.
I told you to get Steel Reserve, and you say it's yours now. And I told you to get it.
No, you said get hams or Steel Reserve. I got you the hams, and then I got me the Steel Reserve.
Oh, I thought you were getting both for all of us. All 2 of us.
Well, you can have that if you want. A big spanchel on the buttock. There's no choice.
I think that I bother Vinny too much when I try to help him with his tummy time stuff. He hates it. This guy.
He's an old guy.
Huh.
Hassan. I'm talking to Hassan.
You're talking to another man?
Is that a glitch or a feature?
I think I saw you do that, Jacob.
Oh, okay.
Vinny, Dada's gonna be mad.
Sure. Maybe he's bored.
Okay, hold on. Oh, shit, Vinny needs my help.
Yeah.
Vinny, no crying. I think so. Oh, was it? Oh, you have to stand. I have to let you use your, I have to let you use your abilities or your prayer. Wait, me, go ahead.
I'm tired too. Me too, honey. You're
I put my bolts in the bank.
That's right, baby.
Why isn't anybody else attacking him?
Did you play outside a lot today? Did you play outside a lot, honey? That's good, baby. It's good for you to play outside. Mama used to play outside when she was a kid, too. Pretty soon you can play outside with Vinny. When he gets bigger. Is Vinny gonna get bigger? And he's gonna play outside with you? A purple dinosaur? Wow, that's a good show. A purple dinosaur? Holy crap. You were a little picky? Paw Patrol's coming. See? I see him. We're here.
I have 95,000 tokens now.